Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and it looks like I am keeping up with myself tonight, at least to start. Let's see who we got in the chat, because I know there are people who have been waiting and waiting and waiting to see what I got, even though the event only just happened on Saturday and it's only Tuesday, but yes, let's see what I got indeed. But who's in the chat to see what I have? We have Trina's Technobabble, who was first today. Frank S., who has been waiting for at least 31 hours to find out what I picked up. We have Mike Smack Shack, who did hint at a few things, but he, along with Steve, missed at least one of the things I picked up, thankfully, so it will hopefully be a pleasant surprise. We have Roger Jones. We have Thomas Armstrong. This is a live stream. I am live. If my internet goes down, this stream goes down. I didn't have time to edit a video. Yes, we got 1-Bit Fever Dream. Sorry you weren't first, but I'm glad you're here nevertheless. We have DJ Craze. I hope my video wasn't muted. We have Retro Tech Chris, who survived me filling his car with stuff, because Chris only bought one item. And then Sloopy gave him a few things, but most of the filling of his car was all on me. We have, let's see here, I know there's another couple people that joined. We have Mikey N6IL. We have Joe's Computer Museum, who wants to see toys. Oh, I've got plenty of toys. I think we've got a Mac 84. Yes. Steve's asking if you're the host, who's the repairman? Well, I guess I am the handy repairman host. Also, Steve, I think, missed the big surprise item as well, thankfully. So it'll be a surprise. But if you saw Steve's video and saw that he mentioned that a friend bought an Apple II clone, well, that was me. So we'll get to that shortly. And yes, I also did hook Steve up with some UMAC speakers, so I want to help him with his clones. And let's see here, I'm sure I missed some people. Oh, Eric's Edge, welcome. If I missed you, then, well, Sorcerer Stan, all right. So, I am going to go through this in a particular order. I thought I would first start off just quickly going through some of the free stuff I grabbed, and then I will go on to what I bought. I did go slightly over budget, but hopefully you will appreciate what I bought, and I hope it'll be worth going over budget. And we will power some things up. I will let you know in advance, I do not have the ability to power and test everything tonight, because I did get some things that I was not expecting to get. And some of those items require proprietariness. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, who sent me a box earlier this week. Jeremy thought it would be next week before I would see it, but UPS is telling me Thursday. So Thursday's live stream, if UPS isn't lying, will be more stuff. I'm going to open Jeremy's box, and he told me to have chicken nuggets handy, so we'll all figure out why together, although I think I have an inkling of why he might have said that. Hey, we have Ian Litchfield. Yes, Ian is here for the big reveal, and I must give a shout out to Ian because he hooked me up with a smoking hot deal on the big reveal. So if you would go, there is a link in the description. Go check out his YouTube channel. It's Simply Vintage PCs. And go subscribe right now. He was at 8 subscribers when I started streaming. I fully expect him to be at least 16 by the time I'm done. Yeah, I'm setting big numbers here, Ian. I'm looking out for you. And also, Ian will be streaming on Thursday something he picked up at the swap meet. So, and I do wish you luck on that, Ian. If you've seen my live streams, I've had some trouble with Visa Local Bus motherboards lately, so I sure hope yours goes much smoother than mine. And of course, because, yes. Yes. Ah, yes, and Ian's saying, yes. And of course, Ian's commenting how Mac 84 has not been crushed by printers in his house. Well, funny you should be talking about printers, Ian, because the first thing I'm going to start off with is one of the freestyle writers. So if you watched Steve's video, you probably you might have seen the of being asked for a link. Let me see here. Yeah, Steve couldn't even be bothered to take a free printer, but Mike, to his defense, I took one of them, so that was one less he could grab. Yes, I think I'm being asked for a link, so let me go copy the link here real quick. Let's see here. Actually, it'll be faster if I come and copy it from here. Share, copy, and paste. Oh. All right, looks like I got beat to it. All right, so I grabbed a freestyle writer. Does it work? I don't know. It does not have a cartridge in it. So I sadly cannot test it. Not tonight. So, but anyways, so one of the freestyle writers did come to a free home. So there we go. I even kept the freestyle writer sign so that you all would recognize where it was in the video. I don't know who grabbed the other one, but I'm sure it went home to a good home. Anyways, so Ian, do let me know though if you have like if you're limited on time, and I'll do the big reveal earlier. But I was going to go through all the free stuff I picked up first. Then I may go to yours first, just because it's, well, you're here. I thought I would reveal it while you were in the chat. But I want to go through the free things first, because everyone likes to see what's in the free pile. Yes, Chris. Ian grabbed the free Visa Local Bus board, so I'm glad it went to a good home, because I think you tried to tell me it was there, and I missed the word free. So I'm glad it went to a good home. So what else did I pick up? All right, so there was a seller, and I forget who it was, that had a pile of free books. So first of all, why am I sharing the retro web? Well, I will have you all know that in that seller's pile of free books, they had a motherboard manual, and the retro web did not have it. So there you all go. If you have a 486 PIO3 revision A1 mainboard, I got your back. The retro web now has the manual. So, what's the lesson? If you see an unaccompanied manual in a free box of books, grab it, because the retro web may not have it. So anyways, they have it now. If you've got one of those boards, now you'll know how to set it up. So, all right, Ian, so we're good. All right, So what else did I pick up? Well, in that seller's free box of books, I picked up a Windows 95 manual because I'm crazy. I don't know. I'm crazy. Okay. Okay, not all of these are necessarily computer-related books that I grabbed, but there was someone flipping through this book, and then I guess they realized that maybe I would appreciate it better. So I grabbed this book, The Great International Math on Keys book. Because if you all know, I have a small collection of Texas Instruments graphing calculators, and apparently this is a book that was published on how to use it's not a graphing calculator, as you might be able to tell by the age of the book, but it is one of their older calculators. Apparently, this is supposedly a really neat book from back in the day. I think it's the TI-30. Anyways, so I grabbed a calculator-related book. All right. Grabbed a copy of the textbook, Microprocessors and Programmed Logic. In fact, if one of these books I grabbed actually had some notes in it. Nope, it's not that one. It must be Computer System Architecture, 2nd edition. And okay, no, it wasn't that one. Oh, that's right. It was this last one here because the page was folded. Semiconductor and Tube Electronics. I could not resist the chance to grab this. And now, I'm sure this will bring back memories for some of you, because that appears to be a mimeographed page. See, this book was apparently used at Atlantic Community College, and I think in the spring semester, because I believe in the corner that says spring, it looks like these are a couple questions the professor might have had for the students. Plus, there's a couple other note pages in this book. But anyways, I couldn't resist the chance to grab a copy of this book because Semiconductor and Tube Electronics, this could have been one of the foundational books. I don't know. It was free. I mean, I couldn't complain for the price of free. All right, a few other things I grabbed from the free pile. And I know, sorry Ryan in advance, there were no Trident video cards in the free pile. But I did grab 2 PCI Express video cards because I couldn't stand to see them not get grabbed by anyone. This one's fan is clogged with dust and it may be really loud. And I suspect these cards are probably definitely nothing special. But they were free, and you never know when you need just a low-end card to test something. And at least they have DVI on them. I suspect one's a GeForce 210. And let me see. I'm trying to see if I see on the back really quickly. Okay, I think this one's an 8400 GS. And I think the other one's a 210. So anyways, yeah, nothing spectacular. But hey, a video card's a video card. And sometimes you just need a video card. Yeah. Jeremy, how do I know Usagi Electric doesn't already have that book? Well, I think I might take a look at it first, but then if he doesn't have it, I may see if he'd like a copy of it. Yeah, yeah, and I haven't seen a mimeograph page since elementary school, yeah. Mike, that purple text brings back nightmares of elementary school in the 80s, yeah. 1 bit. Okay, 1 bit, that is a fever dream. I want to see a 6502 system with tube transistors. I am getting hot just thinking about the heat coming off of that. Joe, imagine the substation connection you'd need to power it. Yeah, all right. Hopefully I don't miss too much in the chat. Yeah, Chris was coming. The Ditto machine, yes. All right, so what else did I grab out of the free pile? A parallel cable. This is for a special project I'm working on. Maybe someday I will actually get the printer that I need to go along with this. But for now, I don't have the printer. So far, the cheapest printer is still overpriced on eBay. Oh. That's not a free PAL purchase. That's my invoice from Retro Innovations. All right. And I guess last but not least, except I may realize there were a few more free purchases that got mixed in with some other things. I grabbed this compact laptop because it's a compact and it's a laptop and it's got a wide screen. All the keys appear to be here. I absolutely will not be restoring that operating system to it. In fact, I don't even want to say the name of that operating system. I'll give you a clue. It was between XP and 7. All right. And it has a Celery processor. I suspect the hard drive's been pulled. I don't even know if it has any RAM in it. But all right, I'm pretty sure the hard drive's been pulled. Anyways, if I can find the screwdriver that likes to hide every time I need it. Well, here's one. Let's just really quickly see if I can tell what might be inside. Unfortunately, I don't think I got a power adapter for this. Oh no, I might be giving away my OEM key. That's weird. There we go. Ah, nice. All right. It's got RAM. Looks like someone upgraded it. 1 gigabyte and okay, it's got 2 gigabytes of RAM in it. Nice. And I believe the hard drive is probably here. Do I have a hard drive in it? I'll put the screws back in later. I may regret this too. All right, but as I suspected, the hard drive's been pulled, but it just takes a SATA hard drive. And I don't know. Okay, and the battery is probably... Oh, actually... Oh, there's the battery right here. Oh, it does have the battery in it. Okay. Yeah. Yes, it's ship ballast. Funny. You never know when you need a cheap laptop that if it gets destroyed, so be it. I mean, maybe I'm trying to test a room full of computers that still contain their original Rifa caps, and I mean, you never know when they all blow at once and the laptop gets it. I don't know. I can't think of good scenarios. This is why I'm not going to power it up. Even though it has a battery, well, okay, maybe I will try to power it up, but I think the battery's probably dead. Because I'm crazy. Power button, who's got the power button? Oh, there's no power button on it. Excellent. Oh, there it is. And the battery's dead. All right. Later problem. Hey, i8386SX. All right. Let's see here. Let me catch up on chat here real quick. Let's see here. Yep, everyone's making fun of the huge compact laptop. Even Chris. Yeah. That is probably after Compact's prime. In fact, this laptop could even be one that was made after Compact was bought by HP. Oh, it is, because the Windows operating system version that shall not be named OEM key says HP on it. Oh, it has an HP service tag. This was designed by Hewlett-Packard. Yeah. Yep, that's not actually a compact. It just says it's a compact. Ian, space heater, portable DVD player, and 480p. Yeah. That's a good way of looking at that. I mean, you never know when you might need I'll probably put Linux on it, or assuming there's drivers available for it. It actually might be an upgrade from my current Linux laptop. So let's see here. Let's see here. Joe could probably recite a product key if I needed it. Yeah, Windows 8 isn't bad if you get the 8.1 update. Last Windows, you can make a DOS disk on it with the system command. Yep. Nope, don't have a power adapter for it, Trina, to my knowledge, but then again, it might use a more standard one. So let's see here. 1-bit Windows for Apple One. Jeremy's starting to gravitate towards 80s and early 90s. Yeah, that's a good era. And I don't remember what model that is, Jesse. Oh, I know it's got loose stuff in it. It's a Presario C500. It's a celery. Yeah, nothing special at all. Ian, speaking of deck manuals, you got quite the score from the free table. ChatGPT running on an Apple One. I think 1-bit is having a fever dreams upon fever dreams tonight. Hey, Sean. Welcome. All right. Chris didn't realize I picked it up. I wouldn't have allowed it in his car. Yeah, that's why I stuck it in the bottom of my bag, Chris. Mac84 is wondering what printer I'm looking for. I am looking for an Epson Action Printer 5000. Retro Techie. Windows 8 is for gamers. Or is that Gamer ZZZZZZZ? I don't know. It's hard to tell these days. All right, we'll talk Trina. Roger, HP probably invented bloatware. Yeah, it probably is full of bloatware. Hi, Ryan. Welcome. Well, did you miss the Trident cards? No. Ryan, if I was going to the swap meet for Trident video cards, I would have left, well, if I'd gone solely for Trident video cards, it would have been a bust because there was only like 2 or 3 that I saw and I already have them. So I didn't buy any of them. But speaking of Steve, I have an Epson wide format printer that's as tall as you. It's yours. Come get it. Yeah, I bet your wife would love for you to get that out of your house. But the printer I'm looking for isn't a wide format one. Yeah, it's Sean telling Chris I stuck it under my hat. Yeah. Actually, I stuck it in my Kmart bag. All right. Oh, there are a few other free items here. Let's see here. Let me see. Oh, I grabbed the power cable from the free pile. This didn't come from the free pile, but it was free. Let's see. Oh yeah, I grabbed a serial adapter from the free pile. I think I grabbed these from the... No, I didn't grab this from the free pile. Those I actually bought. There was one other thing that I can't find right offhand. It probably... Oh, there it is. So, Sloopy drove over and dropped... He personally dropped off my Retro Innovations order, so it's in one of these bags somewhere. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention that also, not from the free pile, but Sloopy has given me a joystick. So now I have a joystick for lots of retro systems. This appears to be an Atari joystick, so now I finally have a joystick. So thank you for that, Sloopy. Sloopy also had a couple of Pentium 2 processors for me. So, I don't know what he had. Ooh, one's got a heatsink with a fan on it. Oh, it's a Pentium 3. Cool. So, it looks like I've got a 550 Pentium 3. Very nice. And... oh, another Pentium 3. This one is a... Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Oh, it's a Pentium 2 450 and a Pentium 2. There's a sticker covering it. Okay, so a couple Pentium 2 processors. So thank you for those, Sloopy. And Sloopy is loaning me, with I believe the option to buy if it works out. He's loaning me one of those hoppage boxes. So next time I have a computer that only has RF out, I'll give this a try and see how it does for capturing the video from said device. So thank you, Sloopy, for loaning this to me so I can see if it will work in my workflow without having to buy one. So, all right. And as you might have figured, I also now have my Easy Flash, but that I had bought from Retro Innovations. So, it's always nice to get your order personally delivered by Sloopy himself. So, thank you again, Sloopy, for stopping by the swap meet on your way to your next destination. And I will definitely let you know. Well, actually, Sloopy will probably know if it works or not, because I'll probably get back to the Coco sooner rather than later. That might be a good one to try it with. Oh, let's see here. Let's see here. Steve's car was more packed than Chris's car. Yes. Ian drove down with Thomas and filled 90% of his car. Ended up donating the manuals to the museum. Very nice. Oh, Jeremy, those Trident cards that you gave me are for Thursday's live stream. I'm going to go over that. I was going to wait till Thursday because actually at the moment I don't know where I put them. I have everything staged for the swap meet pickups. But those I have not forgotten about, and I'm going to look at those Thursday because I will hopefully have a system set up so I can actually try them. For reasons that might be apparent, am prepared to set up a different system tonight. I will get to those, I promise. So, yes. Now, if we have extra time, I'll get to them tonight, but because I have to remember where I put them. But I've queued those up along with the box. If the box is delivered Thursday, if UPS is lying to me on delivery date, it'll be next week and I'll schedule it. But anyways, I've got the Trident cards already lined up to go along with the box that is en route. So I will get to those. I have not forgotten about them, and I want to make sure I can actually test them on the stream, because where would be the fun in me just showing them off? Also, I am about to start going through what I bought, but I just realized that I did something silly, and I moved the C64 off my workbench, but did not realize I still had screws from it sitting here. So let me put these in a bag so that I can probably promptly lose the bag. Oh, yeah. Chris, I think I've got that somewhere down here. But yes, speaking of loans, Chris loaned me. Okay. I do have to go get this. Ryan will probably still be disappointed, though, I know. Oh, what do you know? I forgot. There was a few more free pal things. Because I just like... Yeah, Roger. Chris loaned me a video card. There was a bit of confusion. He thought I wanted to borrow something more valuable, but no. Okay, these are free pal. Chris actually spotted this and thought that it could be helpful for me. So this is an ATI Theater card. PCI Express. I'm sure it has an analog tuner on it, so it's quite dusty. Looks like it was pulled out of a Dell. But anyways, that was on the free pile. I grabbed that. I know some of you all, as soon as you see what this logic board is, are probably screaming at me for using it to hold Mac incompatible PCI cards, but there was a FireWire card on the free pile that I couldn't bear for it not to have a home, so yeah, I grabbed a FireWire card. And then there's this network card that I'm sure supports absolutely no secure wireless protocols. I don't even know what it is because I don't see a brand name. I'll have to look it up. But anyway, I grabbed that. And I grabbed this Macintosh logic board. I do not know exactly what it is yet. It might be a digital audio, because I think it's got the digital audio jack on it, if I'm not mistaken. So it may actually be a digital audio. I don't, of course, I may be wrong about that. Anyways, it's for PCI, it's got an AGP, it's got the Apple Display connector. So it definitely could be a digital audio, 3 RAM slots. Unfortunately, though, I knew this when I picked it up, but I do like punishing myself, apparently. There does appear to be a bent pin, which is quite possibly why this was put in the free pile. And let's just say that I somehow managed to get this home without bending any more pins on it. So, chat is messed up. Well, more YouTube chat problems. Well, I can't really fix the chat problems, so sorry about that. Of course, why am I apologizing for YouTube? It's probably their fault. Anyways, so I grabbed the logic board. I think it's a digital audio, but I could be wrong. I know it's not a mirror drive door. Or is... No, it's not a... Or is it? Certainly this isn't a mirror drive door. I would be embarrassed if I completely overlooked that. Okay, maybe one of the Mac people will know what that is. I thought it was a digital audio when I grabbed it. Anyways, okay, so what did Chris loan me? Chris loaned me this absolutely, positively high-quality, Realtek-based video card. It even has the RAM upgrade. Ooh. I mean, look at how high quality this card is. It's like so high quality, it doesn't have a separate ROM chip. Steve is telling me the RAM slots are a giveaway on this model. Well, they kind of look like SD-RAM. Yep. Just got to get the tweezers while... Yep, But yeah, so Chris loaned me this card. And believe me, this card is unbelievable. And I won't say why. All I'll say is that I'd probably rather have a Trident video card. Oh, I probably will recap it for Chris, because he can't stop me. It might fix some of the jail bar issues with it, in fact. So Chris probably won't stop me, but I don't think it'll solve some of those cards. Also, with a fast enough computer, it actually will pull a fairly respective benchmark for an absolutely boring card. Ian, that is the dinkiest VGA card I've ever seen. Yeah. No kidding. Oh, the number of RAM slots helps. There's also an Apple part number on the board that'll identify it. Yeah, Steve. I haven't had a chance to look up the part number. Yeah, I brought it downstairs and then I haven't been downstairs. Oh, hey, Adam. Welcome, man. Congratulations. Yeah, Chris says I can recap it. All right. Now it's on to the purchases. So I'm going to... well, I guess it'd probably help if I kind of go through these in some sort of an order. So, I think the first table I went to, the guy had like oodles of expansion cards, and I picked up 2 Visa Locobus cards. And I will try to put this in a better anti-static bag, because I don't think what it's in is anti-static. Although it could be. It isn't. Well, it is an archival packet for something, so it actually may be anti-static by property. But anyways, I grabbed a Visa Local Bus SCSI controller. And we actually did give this a try at RetroTech Chris headquarters because we were curious, even though I didn't have any SCSI devices. And it liked Chris's motherboard, but it didn't like the one I had, because I took a couple motherboards up with me. You'll be learning more about my results later. But anyways, this is an Adaptec AHA 2842VL. It is a SCSI Visa Local Bus, and it has a floppy port on it. So anyways, this cost me, well, I'll get to that because I made an offer on 2 cards. So the asking price on this was $20. Probably not a bad price because it is a Visa Local. But yeah, Steve, you don't carry SCSI drives and cables in your car. What's wrong with you? And then, this is a card. Chris picks it up. He hands it to me and he says, Justin, you need to buy this. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know exactly how good of a deal I got on this because there were none of these listed on eBay. There have been none listed on eBay the past, 90 days. I could not find any comps. I do not know how good of a deal I got on this. But the asking price on this was $20. So, yes, this is a Mach 64 Visa Local Bus card. So these are not exactly common. All right, the asking price on this card was $20, which probably was already phenomenal. Chris says killer deal on it. I offered $35 for the pair and the seller accepted. So there's $35 of what I spent. Got 2 Visa Local Bus cards. If I can ever get a motherboard to cooperate with me. So, Chris is telling me they sell for $150 to $200. So, yeah. Yes, they also do come in PCI, and they're much cheaper in the PCI version. So, anyways, I will stick these in anti-static bags. If time permits, I'll pull out a Visa Local Bus motherboard and test them. All right, I guess I'll skip to these. There was a seller selling RAM, and I bought 8 1 megabyte parity sims for $15. He was asking $2 each, and I had $15 left in cash at this point, so he agreed to 8 for $15. And these tested good. So, because if you remember last week, I was having trouble finding my parity sims. Well, now I have 8 to walk away. All right, another seller he had bunches of cards and a box of random memory. So this one, I think I got a pretty good deal here too. Yeah, Ryan is $35 US is 450,000 Canadian. Do you mean I could trade my Mach 64 card for a house? Cool. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Chris actually did buy 2 things. I forgot. Chris bought a Mach 32 card from that same seller and a Promise Cash and Controller card. All right. So from another seller selling cards. So Chris, I actually did get a Promise card as well. It just was a PCI card and not caching. But I grabbed 2 PCI IDE controllers because occasionally these come in handy. One's actually a Promise Ultra 133, and the other is a Silicon Image something or other, probably also 133. So this was a bundle deal. That seller had an S3 Verge DX PCI card. Sorry, Ryan, he did not have any Trident cards. I looked. Ian, I wish I could trade a GPU for property. All right, so I grabbed that video card. I don't know how much memory is on it. Oh, it might be 4 megabytes according to the label in the back. So I grabbed that. Remember, it's a bundle deal. So he had this PCI Express card. This is actually a dual card that was pulled out of a server. Seriously, it's a dual card and there's a link between them. This is actually pretty neat. So yeah, it is PCI Express. It is an NVIDIA GeForce 7950 GX2. So yeah, it actually did have a separate price tag of $30 on it. But remember, I'm getting a bundle deal. I think the seller wanted to it was starting to get warm. I think already he wanted to go. Oh, there's a ribbon cable from the free pile. Random ribbon cable. I think it's the 20-pin cable for an MFM drive. All right, and then he had that box of random RAM, and he just told me grab as much as you want, and uh-oh. Well, looks like my NVIDIA card is going to need recapped because one of the capacitors has come off of it. So I grabbed all of the 72-pin, 30-pin, and SD RAM that I saw in his box. And he said, make me an offer. I said, how about $20? And he countered with 25, and I said, deal. So all of those cards and all of this memory, $25. I think he wanted to go. So already he wanted 30 for this. So I just got to figure out where this cap came from. Actually, I think it came from right there. Yeah. Oh, that actually was a... Okay, good. Nothing ripped. It looks like this cap was just weak. I bet this card's going to need recapped. Actually, oh, it looks like a... Oh, these caps have fallen off. Okay, well, this card's going to need recapped before I can test it. So, not tonight. At least the two cards are identical and I can solve it. Jeremy, I do not believe that card would work in your 5,1 because I don't think Apple ever... I mean, you would have to go look it up, but I don't think it's one of the cards that would work, just because it's a dual card. Oh, yes, I know this was a Rambus Terminator. Yes, so I did grab the Rambus Terminator that was in the box, because if you're ever using Rambus, which I don't ever plan on doing, it's kind of handy to have it. Oh, hey, Action Retro! Yeah, so I grabbed the RIM module, because you sometimes need them. So, what did I get in terms of RAM? So, I think he tried to bundle like types of RAM. So, I think these are going to be some 256 megabyte non-parity SD RAM. Probably PC 100. Because he tried to bundle like types. And, oh, no. No, they're not. Okay, so that's 256. This one is 512. This one is a mystery. And this one, okay, so I got two mystery ones. I don't know what size they are. All right, they're non-parity SD RAM. I do not know if they work. I grabbed a couple of weird-looking 30-pin SIMs because these are the only two in the box, but they are parity. They look really weird. So those will go in my 286. I may have just tipped my hat that I have a 286 motherboard lurking somewhere. Right, here's some 72-pin SIMs. Unfortunately, they do appear to be like 4 mismatched modules. And I believe one of these is not actually a SIM. So there's a 4 megabyte module. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but is that a memory module? Or is that a ROM SIM? Oh, yeah. It's a 60 or 68 pin something or other. Okay, that's not a memory module. I have no idea what that is. Those are Motorola chips. Might be a cache of some sort. Anyone recognize that? May have to post it to the socials or look up the part number. 8 megabyte. Okay, these are mismatched. And 4 megabyte. And then a mystery module. Probably a smallish module. All right. Ah, okay. Mike is telling me that that is indeed a ROM sim. Well, cool. ROM or cache? Probably ROM, yeah. That could be a coast module of some sort. The chips are MCM67B8618FN9 chips. Actually, it may be. I don't think it's an Apple part because I don't see an Apple part number on here. So maybe it is a cache of some sort. Cool. Video game cartridge to have the cartridge, yeah. Alright, well, here's two Sims that are also mismatched. So some of these may end up going in max that only need one Sim. But I think I think I've got some matched ones too. So here we go. These look like they're matched, so I think these are just 4 megabyte modules. I think these are 4 megabyte modules, so there's some 4s. Here was another mismatched Sim that's probably a... That may just be a 4. Probably some more 4s. I mean, these may be smallish modules, but hey. There's another one of those HP modules. And then a little more SD RAM. So, alright. Anyways, yeah, $25 for all that RAM and those cards. I think I got a pretty good deal there. Alright, I guess in the meantime, So, at some point, I'll have to have a memory testing party, because I don't know if any of that memory works. I'll have to figure out what this... I'll set that Motorola module aside, because I'll have to figure out what it is so I can file it correctly. So, I may not have a lot of matched modules from that, but... Well... I don't necessarily need to match. Alright. So, let's see here. Jeremy's got a Radeon R9 270X there. Let me see here. Yeah, Jeremy's got some Rambus Dell PCs. Rambus does not interest me. Oh, hey, SadMac356. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going over what I got. So, Mac84 says, best Mac Pro video card for the money is an AMD Radeon Pro WX4100, 4GB. It works with that open core. Good to know. Mike's saying it was more stuff for him because Sean didn't show up. Yeah, we missed you, Sean, but realized that sometimes you can't go to every event. Besides, you had a video to work on. Okay, Mike says that's a ROM sim. Okay, I'll have to figure out what it goes to. Joe thinks it's cache, but probably ROM. Chris thinks it might be a coast module. They are pretty weird looking chips. DJ Craze says, yeah, it was the video game cartridge that the video. Mikey N6IL. I see a MemTest86 stream in the future. Not sure how fun that sounds. That might be something I do during Dave's stream, actually. Okay, now I think I'm going to go to this other bag of cards, which will then lead into the computer purchases. So, all right, so Ian and his friend Thomas had a spread set up. And Ian is quite the salesman. So, I'm going to go for this bag first because it was beside me, and then I will go to the computer that I got along with it. So, for, I think it was $15, I got all the cards that's in this bag, plus a really cool computer. So, hey Garth, welcome! So, okay, this is actually part of my Retro Innovations order, so I'll set that, I'll set this with my Commodore 64. So, what do we have in this bag of cards? This, yeah, Ian even was kind enough to throw in the bag, which is good, because I don't think I'd have been able to juggle these cards without it. Oh, hey Bruce, welcome. All right, so what do we have in the bag? We have a... Ooh. Alrighty, and you're getting me off to a tough start here. It looks like this German micro optronic. I do not know Meb. I can't read German, so it's an Opto NCDT 2000. Yeah, don't break my back on this. Speaking of breaking my back, we'll get to that computer in very shortly. All right, let's see here. We have a... Ooh, okay, Chris might recognize some of these logos. Looks like we have a compact EISA network card. I guess that means I'm going to have to get an EISA motherboard now so I can test this. Maybe I'll get one of those compacts that has the EISA slot in it. Very neat. We have a... All right. We've got another compact board. And I don't know what this is, but that's an Intel something or other chip, and then a mystery chip with a heatsink clipped on it. And a whole bunch of other Intel chips. I think this might be a processor board. Don't know what this is. It's a compact board. It says replaced with a compact spare. I'm pretty sure that if I remove the heatsink clip, I might be able to tell what this is. Ah, it is a compact ProLiant multiprocessor card. Ah, well, maybe that explains why... I was thinking... Oh, okay, some of the cards shifted slightly, but I was thinking there might have been a second one in here. We'll see here. Ah, cool. Got another one of those EISA network cards. Neat. Ooh, we got an ISA... Ooh, this looks neat. It is an ISA card with some sort of tuner. And an Altera FPGA. Huh. That looks special. Well, I don't know, Jeremy. I didn't know that Bertha had EISA slots. Okay, well, I don't know what that card is right offhand. I've got a another card with dual BNC connectors and a ribbon. Okay. Looks like I might have some research here. Ooh, there's a connector in here. Remember, this was a random assortment of cards. I don't know what's in here because I didn't go through it. All right, we've got another card with a ribbon cable and a big, huge DIN connector. Ah, okay. These are a bunch of cards that came from old logic analyzers. Okay. Well, if anything, well, cards like that sometimes I just use for spare chips. All right, we've got a this is a voice processing card of some sort. Oh, it's an integrated voice Power 4. Oh, so this looks like this would plug into 4 phone lines. Because I see there's a ringer equivalence number on it. So, yeah, copper phone lines. AT&T chip. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not ashamed to say that sometimes cards like this get used for spare parts or, well, I mean, something like this, maybe there's someone out there that crazy enough to give it a try. Yeah, that is a nice gold chip. I thought it, it's an AT&T chip. Yes. All right, we got an async card. So, serial card. this might... I don't know if this might be a IBM card, maybe? Because I know they were famous for not putting their brand on it. Might just be a generic async card. So that's probably an ISA card. Probably a serial port. Oh yeah, it's an 8250, so that's a serial port. Ooh, we've got a LAN card A. Interesting. It says it's a LAN card, but there's not a connector on it. Interesting. Be cool in a PBX build, yeah. Ooh, here we go. I think I can actually recognize this. I think this is a parallel card. Cool. These are always handy, especially because it looks like this one does ECP and EPP. So very nice. Those are handy, especially because I might have a parallel port SCSI or parallel port zip drive. So having a couple of those for my XT class PCs is always nice. We have a PCM CIA or card bus card that actually has the antenna. Probably came out of a router of some sort. Not sure what it is. Yeah, old school. We have a... Ooh. We have a board. It's got chunky capacitors on it. Looks incomplete. Neat. Oh, here we go. I thought I spotted something that looked like... So I got a second multiprocessor card. So I guess now the hunt will be on for a system missing those cards. Because I do like compact systems. Oh, here we go. Got an EISA 3Com card. Almost seemed like I might need to see if the CRG... what he might need for his EISA system. Oh, there we go. LAN cards. All right, we got a SCSI card. I recognize these when I see them. No, this is an IDE card. Very nice. That could be handy. Oh, Realtek 8139. Always handy. Got a wireless G card. Potentially handy. Got a D-Link Air Plus. Probably a G card. Might. We've got a, an IBM EtherJet PCI adapter. Oh, that's interesting. EtherJet? Is this like a printer card of some sort? Interesting. Or they just have weird branding on their... Ooh, there we go. There we go. Now, this is a SCSI card. Probably one that came with a scanner or something, but... So, probably can't boot it. But it is a SCSI card, so... Oh, yeah. Probably came with a scanner. Because it says scan there. Still could be interesting. Even if I can't boot it. Could use it for sharing zip drives between computers. Alright, there we go. Another Realtek network card. And, ooh, very nice. Wow, okay. It's an advanced logic sound card. Very basic, I'm sure, but always neat when you find sound cards in random bags of cards. And, all right, we got a couple more of these EtherJet PCI adapters. Yep, there we go. I think it's just weird branding. All right, cool. Jeremy found the KiCad and Gerber files for a 486 ATX motherboard recently. Interesting. Yeah, ShopRite. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I visited ShopRite. Chris and I visited ShopRite when we went to VCF East. Because Steve had, I think, or someone on our trip had mentioned how it was a New Jersey institution, so... When we were trying to figure out where to just go get some breakfast items we could stick in the fridge, have our room, or I guess my room. I was like, well, why don't we just stop at that ShopRite that's there? Because I heard it's a New Jersey institution. And so go in and, okay, maybe I was set up a bit much. It is a very nice grocery store, but I liken it to Harris Teeter down in, I guess, the South. I mean, I'm not complaining. Glad that that there is a Harris Teeter-like grocery store up there. Hopefully Kroger Corporation doesn't buy them out, assuming Kroger doesn't already own them. But I guess if Kroger does buy them out, hopefully they leave them a ShopRite, because very nice grocery store. Which, at least we have something like that. It's Harris Teeter. So, and luckily, I live in a part of the state that has Harris Teeters, because I do like going in there occasionally. Although, I'm finding myself a lot in Food Lion, too, because the Food Lion is, like, way closer than the Harris Teeter from where I live now, but I do go in Harris Teeter, too. All right. Yeah, right. ShopRite kind of runs the gambit, yeah. Oh, yeah, so Ian says, you're local to VCF East. Yep, yeah, I remember us talking about that. So you primarily shop at ShopRite and the local Food Town clone. Yep, cool. All right, so that bag of cards got from Ian, and it was a bundle deal. So let me go get the computer. I don't have enough room to, like, have everything right here. So let me go grab the really neat computer that I bought along with those cards. Not that that's all I bought from Ian, but this was the first transaction. And yes, I'm foreshadowing to the item that I'm dreading picking up. We're going to get to that very shortly. All right. And I'm not sure if anyone can tell what this is at the moment. Probably still can't. I'm going to have to probably turn it on its side. Interesting. Apparently the power adapter for this says to be used only for IBM management approved purchases. Which, yes, it is a Gateway power adapter. So, Ian probably correctly summed me up and figured that I was going to fall for a Gateway Profile 3 all-in-one. Complete with the cow spot speakers. Yeah, Ian, you guessed correctly. So, that bag of cards and this Gateway were mine for the low price of $15. And this computer works. So, what does a Gateway Profile 3 have? Well, I think it is a Pentium 2. No, it's a Pentium 3, according to the label here. This one shipped with Windows 98. So, it has floppy drive, and it looks like it has PCMCIA or card bus, not sure which. Looks like it has probably what they would have sold as the iLink or IEEE 1394, aka Firewire. So that's actually kind of neat. And it has a... okay, so this is just the CD drive. I think these also were available with a DVD drive. And then, I guess a decent complement of ports for a PC, including parallel, serial, PS2 keyboard and mouse. We've got some USB, network, and sound. So that is a Gateway Profile 3. It's a laptop on a stand without a keyboard or mouse. Yeah, thought it was a Celeron. Well, they may have sold this as a Celeron, but this one's actually appears to have the Pentium 3 in it. Yeah, it's surprised it's an actual Pentium 3. Ian says it plays a mean Quake 3, just saying. All right, well, I don't it did not come with the Gateway keyboard or mouse, so I will probably have to find those. It does look like someone might have tried to obliterate the Gateway branding. Maybe that IBM management that was the only ones authorized to use this power adapter. What was IBM researching all-in-ones or something? I don't know. But all right, but well, what I'm going to do though, because I'm just crazy enough to do this. So I don't have a keyboard or mouse for it handy. I think I know what Gateway keyboard it came with, and I found a few, some of which aren't like too exceedingly expensive, some of which are way overpriced. But there we go. I just plugged it in, the fan kicked on. Came out of Poughkeepsie. I'm probably butchering that. It was an exec's office PC and was top of the line when it was bought. Ah, or so you heard from your friend. Yeah. Well, I don't see anything on the screen. All right, we'll try it again. Well, I mean, it's possible something came loose inside of it. So there might be a repair opportunity. Oh, there we go. Hey, you all doubted that. Sometimes you got to give these old computers a second boot attempt. Poughkeepsie, thank you, Joe. There we go. It is a Pentium 3. Ooh, Windows 98. And I don't have a keyboard to hit any key. Maybe I should, well. Yeah, it does work. Focus. Okay, so there may be something wrong with the Windows install on it, but yeah, it's alive. There you go. Sometimes these old computers, especially if the CMOS battery's dead, they don't like to boot the first time. You just gotta let them have a chance to charge the capacitor that's powering the real-time clock, and they'll power up the second time. So Ian, you might want to keep that in mind with your 486 board. If it doesn't post the first time, try again. A lot of those boards, it could also be a failing drive. Anyway, yeah, Chris almost closed the trunk latch on this one. Yeah, I'm glad it works, Chris. Very beautiful system. Thank you, Ian, for the great deal on it. I will definitely be exploring this more in the future, but for now, I'm going to Yep, let me see. There's a dark spot on the display, but it'll be fine. It's usable. Oh, I was trying to get how much memory's in it. Whatever. Okay. We're good. Very nice. I'll just pick up the matching keyboard for it, and this might be a video someday in the future, because it's actually really neat the way they did the speakers. All right. And now, Ian and I had a second transaction. And this is the transaction that earned him a shout out, because let's just say that he gave me a really super duper good deal on this. And a workout. So he gets a shout out. So please do check out his YouTube channel, Simply Vintage PCs. And with that, what in the world did I get that earned him a shout out and that gave me a workout And this is the thing that Mike and Steve apparently missed me buying, which is good. So that means it's a surprise. And I did set it somewhere where that possibly you might have caught a fleeting glimpse of it as I was getting up. But now it's time for me to try to lift it on my workbench, and hopefully my workbench is strong enough to hold it. And I know Ian's probably like, dude, you probably shouldn't be doing that. Okay. Woo! Yes, my friends. Not that you can really tell from the top, except other than the fact that it is very much, I think, teal plastic. This is not a PC. This is not a Mac. Joe has guessed it. This is a chunk box. Ian, it's a lead block. It's a lead block. Watch the back. Yeah, Mike considered it. But yeah, all right. So Ian was asking 100. Mike and I were kind of discussing, and Mike said, you know, maybe you should start with 50 and see where it goes. So Ian and I settled in the middle. So I am now the owner of my first MIPS computer. This is a Silicon Graphics Octane. And unfortunately, I do not have... I cannot plug... I do not have a video cable for it. Or an adapter. But I have ordered one. So I can't test this now, but I will be testing it as soon as I can. So anyways, though, I have the Octane. You might have seen this in the videos. It is missing the faceplate. It does not have any drives. But thank you, Ian, for the screaming deal on an Octane. I had been kind of thinking about getting something like this, because while I do like exploring the computers that we would have had in our homes that my generation grew up with, this is the exact type of computers that would have been used to power the world around us that we grew up watching and being in. So this will be one of the special workstations in my collection. And every time I use it, I'll get a free workout. So anyways, yes. Oh, Jeremy, I already ordered a cable. If I'd known you had the adapter. I actually ordered a cable that has dip switches on it. So it's got the 13W3 connector on one end and a VGA on the other, and it has dip switches. So you can actually switch it between SGI and Sun and like another display standard or two. So yeah, it looks like a prop from a sci-fi movie. Now, of course, the one question is, what am I going to do with it? And the answer is, I don't know. I've never had an IRIX machine. I do know IRIX is a Unix variant. That's all I know. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. Probably install IRIX on it and see where I go from there. So, if you have any suggestions for what to do with an Octane, leave them in the comments or the chat. But yeah, this is actually a system I will probably try to find a spot for in the house where I can leave it set up, and so that I don't have to keep like moving it, because it is quite heavy. Anyways, yeah, it's the Octane. Chris says load Windows NT 4.0 on it. Did they have Windows NT 4.0 for Octane? Although that seems like that might be blasphemous. Maybe. Play Solitaire. Actually, I do believe there was a version of Quake for it, so I probably will at least do that. But yeah, IRIX is a really solid OS, so I'll install the... Yet Nick says it'll keep the basement from floating away. Jeremy, I might 3D print a replacement face, but it will not be black. It will be teal. Any other color would seem to be wrong on this. It's an Octane. It's supposed to look ostentatious. Or at least I think it is. Yeah. Let's see here. This is a base model Octane 1X R10K and the SE graphics. The SE board's finicky. You might need to watch the diag from the serial port. Nick's warning me that RX installer is quirky. Yep, but get ready to Roctane. Yep, I will. Anyways, yeah, it's an SGI. This will be cool. I will find a good use for it. Even if it is the base config, because beggars can't be choosers, and quite honestly, I see what these go for. In fact, I know what Ian paid for this, and I will not be disclosing it. I've seen what these go for on eBay. You can go do those comps yourself. Yeah, I am totally fine with this being a base config. I will be happy to have a base config Octane. I don't need anything better. This will probably this will be all I need to get started in the wild, wonderful world of RX. And then maybe someday I'll upgrade. But for now, the base config is totally great. Thank you again, Ian. This will be a great addition to my collection. And every time I pick this thing up, I will remember where I got it. And remember you warning me, dude, don't pick it up like that. Because the one thing is, so I paid Ian for it, and I go and go all out. I just go pick this thing up to start carrying it to Chris's car. And Ian's like, dude, don't do that. Because he had forgot to warn me how heavy these were. Unfortunately, in my basement, it's Sorcerer's like, what's a good use for SGI? I don't know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ian. Yeah. Steve saying Ian threatened him with it. Oh, okay. Well, and Steve's like, I'm glad it's taking up space in your basement. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. So Chris is pointing out he was Windows NT requires ARC firmware, and only a limited number of machines could run on Windows NT MIPS, and SGI machines were not in that list. I believe they were DEC machines, if I'm not mistaken. So anyways, yes. All right. All right, so there we go. Got the card assortments. We've got the Gateway. We've got the SGI. Now, of course, you probably saw... Well, actually, I don't know that you could have seen. Well, okay. So you probably saw there were two more systems beside this. In fact, if you were watching Chris's live stream... Yeah, Chris is pointing out. We pulled the car around for this one. Yes, we did. Yes, Roger's saying that machine's worth its own video. Yes, it will get its own video. Jeremy, Bertha is still heavier. Jeremy, when I told you that I now had heavy machines number 2 and either 3 or 4, I knew that Bertha was heavier. Yeah, Bertha's a compact server, and Jeremy had to back up to my back door, and that's probably a feat in and of itself to back anything up of any size to my back door because of the terrain in my yard, but I trusted Jeremy. Yeah, all of my other machines in my basement are moving away from it. Yeah. All right, so let's go look at a few other machines. It's now, if you were watching Chris's live stream, you would have seen that he started to show off what it was in his trunk, and he showed off my freestyle writer, and then the cards, and then he kind of got a moment of conscience. Is like, I think Justin's probably going to be dodgy about these because he likes to do big reveals. So there were 3 computers in Chris's trunk, and yes, all 3 of those were mine. And as you probably could tell from Chris's live stream, if you were paying attention, one looked an awful lot like a Mac, one looked an awful lot like a Packard Bell, and one looked an awful lot like some generic PC. Yeah, Chris, you're safe. No, Justin, no one watches this channel. All right, well, if you were thinking that, when you saw those 3 computers in Chris's trunk, you are absolutely correct. That was a Mac, a Packard Bell, and another PC. And the Mac is like going to be the third one that I look at, because I may, if I can muster the will to do it, I may try to power up the Mac, but it has challenges, as you will see shortly. But first, I will say, okay, I have opened the Mac up. I opened it at the swap meet because I wanted to make sure the battery had not leaked, because I was not going to buy this particular Mac model if the battery had leaked and done damage. Luckily, it's an aftermarket replacement battery and it has not leaked. However, it still has challenges not related to the battery. The other 2 computers are right here. They have screws holding the case closed, and I was too lazy to find a screwdriver to open them up. And I have not opened them up. I do not know what is inside either of them, although I have an inkling of what's in the Packard Bell, because I do see what the model number is. And if you've read my blog, there's a blog post on the Packard Bell we bought back in '95 that we had to return to Sears under their satisfaction guaranteed warranty. And I've looked over the Packard Bell model numbers to try to figure out which model that was. I do not believe this is that model, because it only has what appears to be a double speed CD-ROM. But I know from the model numbers about what's in here, but still. There could be a dead mouse in there. There could be fully populated RAM slots. I don't know. I haven't opened it up. And I'm going to start with the Packard Bell because, well, I don't know why. It's heavier. There we go. It's heavier. Yeah, Ian says one's a 486 and one's a socket 7 something or other from the quick glance. Yeah, it's a nice little Packard Bell. So what is it? It's a Packard Bell 442 CDT. I actually appreciate these Packard Bells more now than I did in the day, because we all had our funny names for these because of how bad they were. But actually, this is actually a pretty solid case compared to how cheap computer cases got after it. So I think, despite the fact that Packard Bell kind of did a few things that weren't exactly ethical, like they're using refurbished parts and not disclosing it, this case is actually pretty substantial. Okay, there is a bit of rust on the bottom. But I believe the seller told me he tested it, so I'm hoping there's just some like surface rust on the bottom and not a huge mess. Yeah, Rogers, the Packard Bells come with a lifetime curse. Yeah, that you'll want to get another one later. So I think the Packard Bell, if you read my blog post, I actually have figured out that I think I was incorrect in remembering what style case it was in, because I've actually looked up on, there's like a Packard Bell wiki that goes through all the model numbers, and they even have some descriptions of the various case styles. And I thought that we bought one that was in the designer case, but if you look at when the designer case was actually released, we bought ours before the designer case was released. So I think the model we had bought at Sears was the 822 CDT, and it was just in the regular mini tower, or it was a Sears specific variant of the 822 CDT, which I think really the only difference between this one and it is it would have had a quad speed CD-ROM and maybe ours might have had a Pentium 90. So maybe the Sears variant had a Pentium 90. I believe this is going to be a Pentium 75 unless someone's upgraded it. But anyways, there do not appear to be any... Oh, interesting. Okay, it appears as if someone's installed a separate modem in here. So I suspect the modem... actually, it might just be because the modem that came with this was like a 28.8. They've installed a 56K. All right. Well, on first glance, this system looks very clean. The Packard Bell cases contain potassium benzoate. Oh, well, then I guess it's good I'm wearing gloves. Because I'm sure if Proposition 65 was a thing, there'd be a big warning sticker on the back. Okay, so what do I see? First of all, appears to be very clean inside. I don't see any rust on the inside. I also do not see a dead mouse. I do see, though, we have the standard Packard Bell modem sound card. And it does have a Yamaha OPL 2 or 3 on it. So that's good. This is... And then there's a separate modem, which is probably a 56K modem. If I had to guess, it's an ISO modem. This motherboard has Cirrus Logic CLGD 5430 graphics chip. I know it's kind of hard to see. I may have to pull cards out. Very clean, probably for non-use. All right, Frank. Well, glad you could join us for part of the reveal. Chris is saying Mike found a nice Packard Bell for you, a Pentium 60. Very nice. Oh, yeah. Chris has one of the ones that have no expansion slots. All right, so there's no upgrade video RAM in this computer, but I'll probably rectify that. The video card for integrated graphics of this era, not bad. Cirrus Logic 5430 was okay, not the best, but actually not bad for integrated graphics at the time this computer would have come out. I'm sure the one we had something similar. It does look like it's had the RAM upgraded because there are 4 SIMs in it. I don't have an indication of what they are. There is not, as you can probably tell by the heatsink, this isn't like an Intel Overdrive processor, so it probably is the Pentium 75 that it originally came with. Although I believe this motherboard actually, if I remember my Packard Bell motherboards, this may actually be the Hillary motherboard. And if it is, I think it might actually be support all the way up to a MMX 233. But I'm probably going to leave this system more or less. Probably, I may upgrade the video memory, but I'm probably going to leave it as the Pentium 75 that it is for reasons. Chris is telling me we need to get the tattoo off the hard drive, and he needs to invite me to a Facebook group. And I think what Chris is describing is Packard Bell put some data on track 0 on the hard drive that identifies the system. Yeah, because I was actually watching a video by the Nostalgia Mall, and he read track 0 off the drive. So hopefully this drive is not dead, because if it is, I'm probably in trouble. Oh, if we can get the tattoo, we can find the System Restore CD for it. Yes, I would like to do the System Restore. The reason why I'm probably going to leave this more or less stock is because I am trying to recreate some of my first computer's setups. And we didn't own the Packard Bell long enough to upgrade it. So while I'll probably leave the fact it has upgraded RAM in it, and I may upgrade the video RAM just because, I'm not going to go crazy and upgrade the processor, or I may just leave the sound card in it. I'll probably replace the hard drive with compact flash card just for longevity, but I may not upgrade this system very much at all. It may stay more or less stock. I mean, I could always upgrade it and keep the parts, but at the moment, I'm not planning on going crazy with it. In fact, I may just leave this at a Windows 3.1. So, oh, okay. Ha. Yes. I actually found Nostalgia Mall yesterday, I think. Or yeah, I think it was yesterday because I was searching for background information. So, anyways, this system is it's in really good shape. The hard drive is a Seagate. I do hope it's the original. Unfortunately, that's the one thing I can't tell if it's the original Seagate. Let me see if I can get the model number off the Seagate. Then we'll probably know if. Oh, cool! I've got the invite. Let's see. It is a Seagate ST 5850A. Okay, I bet that is the original hard drive. Because it probably would have come with something about like a 850 meg hard drive. So cool. All right. Actually, I think I might have seen he had a video on the LTE 5100. But anyways, is there a sticker on the front? No, someone's removed it. Unfortunately, someone has removed that sticker. It does at least though. So I guess for anyone wondering, did this computer have all the faceplates? Yes. Is this computer yellowed? No. Actually, it might be minimally yellowed. Unfortunately, though, the sticker that would have been right here or here that would have had the specs is unfortunately missing. So is the piece here, which probably 3D printer replacement for it because it kind of looks weird that way. But anyways, yeah, I think this is the original drive just because of how it matches the rest. But yeah, there we go. This system is like hardly yellowed at all. And as far as expansion cards, yeah, it's just got the original sound card and probably what's a 56K modem. And that modem was probably installed not because the old modem failed, but probably because the old modem was probably like a 14.4. Actually, it probably was a 14.4, maybe a 28.8, but it's probably a 14.4. So someone probably upgraded it just because they were probably wanted a 56K modem. In fact, actually, it might just be a 33.6 modem. Anyways, there we go. That's the Packard Bell. All right, since we need to get the tattoo off the system, and I don't want to risk it if we get one power up of this computer. I'm not going to try powering this up now. So, sorry if you were hoping to see this powered up, but there is data that we need to get off this system. And if for some reason we get the drive to power up once, I want to make sure I have what I need to get that off the drive at the ready. So, I'm not going to try to power this one up. Soon. In fact, maybe I might even maybe that'll be a live stream where I actually get that data off the drive. So that if it goes spectacularly wrong, then you all are there to see it. But at the moment, it is so Chris, it is a Force 442 CDT. I believe it is the original config would have been a Pentium 75, probably like, I don't know, 4 to 8 megs of RAM. I think an 850 meg hard drive sounds about right. Double speed CD-ROM. The probably 14.4 modem sound card combo. Probably one megabyte of video RAM, upgradable to 2. I'm just guessing what the specs probably were. But yeah. So that's the Packard Bell. All right. How much did I pay for it? It was a combo deal. So the asking price on this, though, was $10. So keep that in mind. Asking price was $10. So you already know, you probably have an inkling, there were 2 other computers in the combo deal. So asking $10, and Chris is confirming that I was correct in remembering this has the Hillary board in it. So yes, that is a very good thing. I could actually update the firmware to install newer processors, I believe. Okay, so asking price 10, combo deal. All right, well, what was the second computer in the combo deal? Again, I have not opened this computer, and Ian's already given the guess that it might be a 486. Believe me, Ian, if this is a 486, I will be ecstatic. Oh, don't worry, Ian. Pentium 70, it was a socket 5. I don't don't really get too tied up in the socket 5 versus 7. If you say socket 5 and it's actually socket 7, if you say socket 7, it's actually socket 5. Depending on the context, you're close enough. I don't get too tied up in that. Now, of course, obviously, if you're like, yeah, I got a socket 5 motherboard and I want to put an AMD K63 Plus in it, then I'm like, okay, whoa, you need a socket 7. It matters then, but yeah, you were close enough. Yes, Jeremy, I know you still have that 386 Packard Bell. I bought the Pentium Packard Bell for a reason. Although, Jeremy, I do believe I know of someone... Chris is saying hard drive 1.2 gigabytes. Oh, Chris may have just noticed that the hard drive might have been replaced. Jeremy, I think I ran into someone this weekend that is actually looking for a 386 Pentium 4. So, yeah, Chris, yeah. So there are actually like 3 different sockets for Pentium processors. 4 if you count the Intel Overdrive 63 and 83, which go in a... Well, actually, I think technically it'd be 6, because I think that Intel Overdrive can go in a socket 2 or 3. But we won't count those. So the non-Overdrive Intels, yeah, Pentiums were sockets 4, 5, and 7. Because socket 6, I believe, was Pentium Pro. But yeah, so the Pentium 60 and 66 were socket 4. And then I guess the socket 5 was the non-MMX processors. And then socket 7 came out about the time of the MMX processors. So anyways, yeah. Yep. So socket 5 and 7, the difference is MMX and like the super socket voltages. So, but yeah, if you're just talking like generically, I don't get too tied up in you get 5 or 7. Hey, if you can remember some of the socket numbers for Pentium, great job. Yeah, you're more than ready to go to a awesome geek party. There we go. I think Jeremy's got in the chat. All right, yeah, Chris, we'll see if it still has the tattoo. In case it does, that's why I'm not powering it up now. Hopefully, whoever restored it back in the day did the right thing. Oh, Jeremy's telling me socket 8 was Pentium Pro. Thank you, Jeremy. I knew. That's right. Socket 6 was a never released socket that was like Intel was going to do a one last hurrah for the 486s, but it never left the design phase. Actually, Jeremy, I think there's like maybe 1 or 2 boards out there that actually did get released socket 6, but they are like rare as unicorns. Okay, so all right, I have not opened this computer. I just removed the screws for the first time. The lid was slightly popped off, but not enough to see what's in it. Actually, just so you see what I've seen. So it's got a keyboard. It does have a PS2 header, so that doesn't, but Ian thought it might be 486. The fact it has PS2 does not disqualify that guess, so it's a very good guess. Given the fact the video card's down here, it's probably ISA or Visa Local Bus. So here's a network card here. The fact there's a modem here tells me that this very well could be a 486 system, because it could be an ISA modem, although it could be a PCI modem. But we're about to find out. Now, the asking price for this system was $10 as well. And actually, the reason why I kind of latched onto this one, this was actually the first of the lot that I bought, is because it has the number display on it. And actually, the case badge is pretty cool. I may have to take a high-res picture of this and send it to Geek and Spiel, because that's actually a neat case badge. Maybe they can replicate it. All right, here's the reveal. I do not know what is in here. For all I know, that is the NiCad battery rolling around in it. Or it's the BNC jack from the network card rolling around in it. Okay, well, looks like I'll be putting a new network card in this computer. Yeah, seriously. That thing you heard rolling around was the BNC jack from the network card. All right. And, well, Ian, it was a good guess, but actually this is a Pentium system, apparently. That is a Socket 7 Pentium system. All right. Ryan, if you're still out there, unfortunately, it's not a Trident video card, but it is a PCI video card. So, 486DX half with a barrel battery. Terminator for 10 base 2. Actually, it is actually the BNC jack from a network card. It's ripped off. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's I do not know. Let's see, what kind of Pentium is this? It's had its heatsink removed. It's a Pentium. Oh, it's a 120. Okay. It is a Socket 7 board. Unfortunately, that is the... Well, that's an Etherlink 3 card that's had the BNC jack ripped off of it. It might be repairable. Well, okay. Let me rephrase that. If I can find a new BNC jack, I can repair it, probably. Unfortunately, the BNC jack is broken in a way that I don't think I'll be able to repair it, short of finding another BNC jack. Ooh. And actually, something just fell off this card. Okay, this card may actually have had enough knocked off of it. It may not be repairable. But you all know how crazy I am, and I'll give it a try anyways. Yep, there's more plastic. There's an era of Socket 7 boards that wouldn't support anything higher than about a 300 megahertz CPU. Yeah. Yep, it's an early Pentium. Yeah, I was kind of hoping it might be a 486, honestly, Ian. If, depending on what... Oh, actually, we may have enough time to actually kind of go through a little bit of troubleshooting saga from Chris's house. Ooh, here we go. The Cirrus Logic CLGD 5440. Very nice. This is going to be slightly faster than the one that Packard Bell had. Dusty, but at least the card looks like it's in good shape. Ooh, we have a creative modem. I just want to kind of get an idea of what's in here. So it's going to be probably one of those 56K WIN modems. Dusty, but, well, I mean, not that I'm going to be able to use that these days. So this board has 4 ISA and 3 PCI slots. It looks like there's probably maybe 8 megs of RAM. Given they're single-sided, I'm going to guess it's 8 megs of 72-pin SIMs, although it does have a SD-RAM slot, so I can probably upgrade that with some of that memory I got elsewhere, because I think I got some small ones that this board would like. It is based on the VIA chipset, VT82C586A chipset. Looks like it's got cache on the board. It is... There's a model number here, P5V580-AT-C. And my luck is probably this came from the fine folks at ECS Elite Group, PC Chips Shuttle, etc., etc. Oh, wait, or is this or is it a CFA brand or EFA brand? I don't know. Yeah, my luck is that I usually manage to get the really bad boards. Okay, at least the good thing is I think it actually has cache on the board. Maybe it might be even better that the cache might actually work on this board. Chris found the master CD for that Packard Bell. Yay! All right. Well, I will go ahead and yeah, very good. Oh, that's cool. The one Chris found is a CD that someone grabbed from Computer Reset last year. Okay, so whoever you are, let's see, Vintage Tech Rescue. Thank you for archiving the Packard Bell CD you found at Computer Reset. It will help me get my Packard Bell restored to factory-like condition. All right. I don't know who made this board. It looks like it's in good shape. I do need to put some sort of a cooler on the Pentium processor. It does have a hard drive in it. It's looks like a Western Digital Caviar. One of the old style with the gray bands on the side. And let me see if I can... It's a Caviar 2.1 gigabyte. I think I remember selling a bunch of those back in the day. All right. I think I would really like to put some sort of a heatsink on that processor. Let me go. So I'm actually going to dare to power this one up because I'm crazy. But I'm not going to do it without putting a heatsink on the processor because I don't want to destroy the processor. Although I'm certainly doing a really good job of trying to destroy other things on my workbench. All right. So smash that like button if you like me just going full send and plugging in things that have little hints of rust on the outside. Because I know you all just want to see something go pop and generate smoke. But I do want to put a heatsink on that processor. I think I've got one around here that'll clip on. The processor itself. All right. That way I don't have to like risk the clips for a temporary. Okay, that's actually the 486 heatsink I was looking for the other day. Oh. Oh, please. It was in the box I took to Chris's house. Yes, so I guess while I pull this heatsink out of the bag and fear that YouTube's chat system is misbehaving again because the chat's not moving that fast. So I took a number of motherboards to Chris's house. So to test them, and this was one of the boards I took for reasons that I will admit to later. But for now, I'm just going to remove this heatsink because because this one will clip onto the processor, and that way my precious Pentium 120 processor that's in this system, that's probably worth what I paid for the whole thing, doesn't burn up, at least not due to not having a heatsink on it. Actually, I need to get one of the socket clip-on types for this computer for reasons that'll be obvious when I finally reveal exactly why I have this motherboard and processor. All right, let me see if I can get the heatsink off the processor without bending pins, because I overpaid for this processor, I'm sure. This was not from this weekend. I'm not. This is this is just me having a motherboard on my workbench and not saying much about it for reasons that eventually will become clear. And I'm not saying anything else about that board or the processor that's on it or the RAM that's on it or other things that might have been in the box that went along with it. Oh, hey Dave, welcome. Dave's telling next time, Chris, lock your trunk. So yes, so all right, yeah. Make sure you, if you want to see why in the world I have that motherboard, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications, because at some point, well, that board will come back. Maybe sooner rather than later. All right, so at least I got a heatsink on this processor now, because I don't want to burn it up. All right, I'm not going to put the modem back in because that's just silliness. I will put the video card in because, quite honestly, if we get a video signal, I think we all want to see it. I do give props to whoever built this system. I don't know exactly when they built it, but quite honestly, it's a... I mean, given it's a Pentium 120, it's probably built in like... I don't know, probably 96? Maybe late 95, early 96? Actually... That's probably not a bad combination. I'm trying to look for part numbers on... Oh, this motherboard's actually says 90 was... Oh, actually this motherboard was made in late 97, I bet early 98. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe for whatever this was doing, they didn't need a lot. All right, so I got power plugged in. I got video plugged in. I've got the capture turned on. I've got my smoke absorber. I'm turning it on just in case the refight, if there is a refight, goes pop. Then at least the smoke goes towards the smoke absorber. I am going to go ahead and turn the front panel on, because I'm going to remotely turn the power switch on in case I need to kill it really quick. Since this is a first power up, I'm being just a little extra careful. Let's see here. All right, 3, 2, 1. And we got a beep. And I've got a video image. And now you should have a video image. The processor setting appears to be wrong, because I think it said it was a 120. The hard drive is unfortunately... Okay, well, I gotta turn off the smoke absorber. The hard drive... I hear the platter spinning. I do not hear the heads moving. Alright. Pentium 100. I sure thought it said 120 on the top of it. Maybe it is just a 100. Because that seems like a... unless this is a soft configuration motherboard. Alright, let me plug in a keyboard. Oh, 32 megs of RAM. Okay. My guess was based on the single-sided memory modules. So I was kind of thinking they might have been like 4s. Because 8s I think are usually double-sided. But yeah, that would mean they're 16. So those are single-sided again. Yep. Okay. Caviar gone bad. No. It is kind of modest. Well, let's go into BIOS here. Ooh, I hear the heads moving on the hard drive. Alright. So unfortunately, that may very well be a dead hard drive, because Wednesday, July 26th, 2023. All right. Oh, someone's probably replaced the coin cell battery and set the wrong date. So those are all set to auto. Let's see, enable. Let me just kind of check. Chipset features. Okay. Power management's disabled. Okay, that's fine. Integrated peripherals. Okay, that's all fine for first. All right, unfortunately, I bet the drive's dead. Roger Jones, why did Western Digital call it caviar instead of spam? Yeah. This is a fairly modest computer. Yeah, you're right, Ian. This is fairly modest. Okay. Well. Ooh. That was... I just heard the hard drive make one of those clicks. That's one of the clicks that I don't like to hear. Okay. So, the procedure I am about to do is only recommended for advanced users only. This is actually a procedure I don't like to do. But I'd like to see if there's anything on this drive. Yep. I think Chris has figured out exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm going to let it spin down. Yeah, I got the rubber mallet for that. See, I only use the finest of tools to try to see if I can get hard drives to unstick themselves. I've also moved the mic in a little for some ASMR. Alright, if that doesn't fix it, then I'll try one more power up where I may give it a bit more of a... Oh, I just noticed something. This case doesn't have the number display in it. Oh, but it's got the mounting holes for it, so... there's another YouTube channel I found recently, and he reproduced a front panel display for these cases. So I may have to order some PCBs for his project and see if they fit this case. All right. Yes, that was a powered up smack. Yeah, I didn't detect it that time, and I forgot to change the capture. Yeah, unfortunately, I believe this caviar drive was dead. It probably was dead before the weekend. Yeah, good old Jesse's like good old fashioned violence. Yeah, hot plug the power connector to the hard drive will sometimes make it. Actually, it is spinning. Does it sound like it's spinning right? No. It sounds off. Although, then again, these drives always did kind of have a high-pitched whine to their spin. Yeah. Double check the cables. Oh, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Okay, let me double check the cables. Okay, so the CD-ROM drive is on the same channel as the hard drive. The hard drive is... Hold, please, while I process all of the jumper settings. Oh, wouldn't this be embarrassing? I think it's because the drive's not spinning upright and... Okay, the quad-speed Mitsumi CD-ROM drive is jumpered correctly. Oh, this power supply has... Oh, there we go. Actually, this case had a number display in it at one point because I just found the power cable for it. Interesting. Yeah, Chris is saying it's a caviar. It might take us a few smacks. Also, the jumper is seemingly in an odd position for a dual drive setup on the same channel. So the drive still might have needed to be smacked. Maybe this drive was on its own channel at one point and then someone swiped an IDE cable. Alright, let's give that a try. Yeah, Chris, if this doesn't work, then I'll disconnect the CD-ROM drive and try again. There's a nice extended, Ooh. Okay. Alright, let me disconnect the CD-ROM drive. Something sounds wrong with this drive. Alright, let me put this jumper back in its original position under the theory that it was jumpered correctly for a single drive and someone stole the IDE cable and put both drives on the same channel at some point because they stole the IDE cable and then it got sold at the swap meet. But I think this caviar drive, if I had to venture a guess, it kind of sounds like it's trying to find the track that has the servo information, because I think some of these drives have one of the sides of the platter has permanently written formatting data, because it sounds like here. Did you hear how that sounded like it went longer than I thought it should? I'm wondering if this drive's lost its permanent formatting platter. Yeah, Chris. The fact that the CD-ROM drive's not being detected is weird. Yeah, Ian's thinking either the head is stuck on a rubber bumper or the BIOS can't auto-detect a larger drive. The geometry needs manual setting, large disk support. 2 is unlikely, yeah. If I recall, with Caviar Master, no jumper. I think the jumper was set in the parking position, if I remember correctly. Because there's, Oh, it's doesn't... I don't think it sees the... Yeah, it's not seeing the... Move it to the other IDE channel. Yeah, good thought, Chris. Well, maybe there's a bad IDE channel on this board. I mean, the thing is, we don't know why this system was decommissioned whenever it was. Actually, if this doesn't work, then... Yeah, Chris is saying it came back with zeros that fast. Odd. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Well, okay, now this is weird. Did I bump? Okay. Okay, it had a boot where it didn't post. Okay, let's see if it detects it in this other channel. Whoa! Bad IDE channel? Oh, disk IO error. Yeah, I loaded the I loaded setup defaults. Got a disk I/O error. Replace the disk, then press any key. Yeah, looks like the primary IDE channel might be bad on this motherboard. Well, that's par for the course, but at least I did grab some PCI IDE cards at the swap meet, so I guess I could well, I actually have a number of PCI motherboards, so, or Pentium motherboards, so I probably, honestly, what am I going to do? I'm probably going to take the case and put something else in it. And use the headers. Yeah, add partition table, perhaps, yep. Alright. So, I think, in the interest of time, because I do have a few more computers, I think I will table this computer for an actual troubleshooting stream, where I'll actually try to troubleshoot exactly what's wrong with it. So I promise I won't strip it for parts and put something else in its place until I've troubleshooted it. And I'll keep the parts or help someone out that needs some spare parts. Because after all, I'm not going to waste the parts, but I have other AT-style motherboards that need a case, so this case may get a different motherboard in it. Because I actually have I have another Super 7 motherboard that I may install in this one's place, especially if the one IDE channel is defective. But anyways, so that's cool. This board does, there's at least some life in here. There's problems. All right, I'll troubleshoot it in the future. Oh, apparently, okay. Chris has noticed that I have a newer BIOS version than the RetroWeb does. So, apparently the RetroWeb is winning this weekend with some of my pickups. So, yes, Chris, I will. I'm not going to pull that chip out now, but I will tag this as need to pull and archive that BIOS. Yes, I definitely will. So, all right, it looks like the RetroWeb will win again, because not only did I manage to snag a manual for a board they didn't have the manual for, it looks like I managed to snag a board that they don't have the latest BIOS, or this, okay. I don't know if it's the latest BIOS, but it's apparently a newer one than they have, so, win. All right. Yes, I will archive the BIOS for sure, just not right now. All right. So again, to review, the Packard Bell asking price was 10. Asking price on this one was 10. I'm a bit bummed that it looks like someone might have pulled the number display on it, but maybe this case never had that. So there is an open source project of a recreation, so maybe I'll be able to put a number display in that case after all. All right. One more computer from this bulk lot. So let me go grab it. Or at least the bottom half of it. All right, so you saw the Packard Bell, and you saw the PC, and as you figured, that other computer, because it was also in Chris's trunk, is a Macintosh, and I'm not sure if anyone could tell from the fleeting view you got of Chris's live stream, but this is a crusty Power Macintosh G3 desktop. Oh, yeah, I can dump the ROM with MS-DOS debug. Although, Chris, one of the folks that manages the RetroWeb did admit to me, because they kept asking how I was getting ROM images. Sometimes there are some ROMs that actually modify themselves in RAM. So you got to make sure you turn shadowing off. But anyways, I actually have been pulling the ROM chips, but I may for that board since it works. Some of my boards I've been archiving, the board had challenges, so I pulled the ROM chip. Maybe that one I might try the debug approach as well and pull the ROM and read it and see if they read identically. But anyways, first of all, let's take care of this little fortunately this is a newer tech battery. So that immediately told me that someone replaced this battery at one point because Apple did not use newer tech batteries. So I don't see the date on it. Or well, it's a new power, but I believe this came from Otherworld Computing. Yeah, this thing. Oh, this one's crustier than the one Mike picked up. Yeah. Also, there's I think they were an OWC shopper because this is an OWC memory stick. So it's got three memory modules, and there's the cache. It has the upgrade memory for the video. This is just the standard personality card. So there's no video in and out. One cool thing is, I'm probably going to have to deoxit that card to get it out. This is actually the Apple branded network card. And this is, I think, a USB card. Unfortunately, as you can probably see, there is lots of rust here. And I would actually like to power this up because I'm crazy, but not with the power supply that's in here. So I need to try to check a jumper setting. Okay, so the video chip is a Rage Pro Turbo. Yeah, I might need the Sandblaster for this Macintosh. Yes. So a few neat things I read about this computer. The desktop, because the G3 board was, this is like the same case as a couple other Macs. Because the G3 board was shorter, it let them put an extra hard drive bay here. So that's why the hard drive's here and not up here. Also, the zip drive is present, which is cool, and the bezel, the openings on the bezel, the bezel's over there. It's got the optical drive and the floppy drive, and the power supply. And I don't want to power it up with this power supply because, quite honestly, sadness. Also, this cable looks like this cable's moldy, so I'm probably going to replace that cable at some point. But yeah, I'm kind of crazy enough to maybe, at least after a quick check to make sure there's no shorts on the board, maybe powering it up. Now, the cool thing about these boards is, Steve reminded me, is there is a jumper on the logic board, if I can get to it. And I think that's probably the point where I'm going to take some deoxit to these cards so I can pull them out to get to the jumper. These motherboards, or these logic boards, you can power them up with a PC power supply. I do not know if the power supply in the desktop case is ATX style or Macintosh style, as they call it. I can't see the jumper. But yeah, someone handwrote instructions in the case. If you're wondering, it says, boards to remove hard drive, lift lever, pull drive. Yeah, lift lever, and it's pointing to this lever, and then pull drive, and it's got an arrow pointing that way. So someone left themselves a note in the corner, in the case. All right, I'm gonna see if I can get. Oh, there we go. I'll probably put deoxit in those slots before I put these cards back in. So anyways, we have an Apple Fast Ethernet 10100 card. I'm fairly sure if I look at this card, if I pulled the sticker off this card, I'd probably see this is like probably some standard card with an Apple sticker on it. I don't know, maybe if Asante or someone like that made this for Apple, but yeah. And then okay, so that card didn't have a screw in it. Now, which probably means I should just double check there's no loose screws in this case. And let's see, this appears to be a USB card. Yep, just a Acer Labs USB card. So probably USB, could be USB 2, might be USB 1. And somewhere around here, yes, I believe there's the jumper there, and I'm going to have to turn this case so I can actually see the jumper position. But I think to power this up with an ATX power supply, I need to make sure that is set to PC. And the motherboard is so dirty, I cannot read the silk screen, so let me grab a swab and see if I can't dust it. Yeah, I think for this case, I'm going to at least try some CLR. I was watching is it like Mike Tech? It's another YouTube channel, and the guy's name is Mike, and he was using CLR on some rusty cases, and it seemed to do a good job, so I may try that. All right. All right, I believe this is jumpered for Mac. So, all right, yes, it is currently jumpered for Mac. So yes, that would match what I read online, that the desktop used a Mac style power supply, but if this board was in the tower case, it used an ATX style power supply. So I need to move this jumper to the position that is simply marked supply, because of course Apple was not going to put ATX on the silk screen. It just says supply. So let me find my... Yeah, Garth, it's a beige G3. I finally got one. So I actually did, I believe, there was a time period where I had a number of computers in short succession. I believe for a brief time, I had a beige G3 back in the day. Because I believe I had a 7200 or a 7300. And then I seemingly remember buying a used beige G3 to replace my 7200 or 7300 right before I bought a FireWire 800. Like a new FireWire 800, which would be the first computer that I bought pre-built new. Because up until that time, I'd been building PCs. Yes, so this would be that era where I was in process of potentially making a switch of main computing platforms. So, but I believe I did have a beige G3 desktop back in the day. But I sold it to buy the FireWire 800. All right, so now that I have moved that jumper to PC, because quite honestly, I don't really trust the Mac power supply without opening it and inspecting it. Because quite honestly, it looks like the Mac power supply might be rusty. Oh no, Garth, I'm not going to power this up with its supply. So I just moved the jumper to supply, and Steve told me that it'll work. Actually, I did check the pinout because I pulled the Surface manual so I know which jumper setting to use. So, yeah, when you set it to supply, the pinout matches an ATX power supply. I think that jumper, if I had to guess, probably switches the power on circuit from. So on a Mac type supply, generally the power on circuit is, I guess, active high or whatever the term. Basically, the Mac logic board will pull the signal up to 5 volts to tell the power supply to turn on. And in PC mode, you pull it down to ground. So I bet that jumper just changes which direction it goes. So yeah, I just plugged an ATX power supply into this computer after changing the jumper. Let me grab my Mac video adapter because I think this is one of the last few Macs that came with the 15-pin video output, I believe. Hold on, I'm gonna have to walk around the computer to see where the video plug is. But I think it's the old 15-pin style. Because I think it was the, yep. Because Apple didn't change to the, yeah, Apple started using VGA connectors with, I guess, the blue and white G3 and the iMac and those computers. So yeah, I guess fortunately this computer is not that like super stupid 45-pin video connector or whatever it was. Like one video connector that only one Mac used or something silly like that. All right. So, all right. So let me turn. Okay. So I'm going to plug the power supply in. All right. I'm going to apply power to the power supply. And I'm going to press the power button. But I got my finger on the off switch of my smart plug. And I just broke plastic. Yeah, the power button just broke on the Mac. Buddha spindler plastic. Okay, no chime. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, I think it might be dead. Of course, I think the seller said as much. Yeah, it's not powering up. Yeah, Jesse's. I remember when my hometown school was giving these away by the pallet load in 2003. If only I'd known back then. Yeah. Yeah, these poor cases are some of the most affected by brittle plastics. Yeah, it was like one of the springy pieces from the power switch just like flew off the moment I pressed it. And it looks like the other of the little springy pieces was already gone. Yeah, I think this board probably is going to need cleaned and a recap. And possibly more than that. I mean, I don't see signs that the battery leaked, but I'm kind of wondering if maybe the... Of course, the board is so dirty, it might just need cleaned. Alright, well, this is definitely going to be a repair project. Unless this Mac needs a battery. I can at least put a battery back in it. Oh, that's right. Someone did tell me to try the CUDA reset switch. I didn't hear a chime, Garth. The jumper's set for supply right now, which I think is correct for a PC power supply. Does not need a battery. Oh, let me try the CUDA reset switch. Alright, I pressed and released it once. And... test bench harness may be available for these soon. Cool. If someone could confirm that if the jumper's in supply, then an ATX supply will work. I believe that is correct. Alright, let me at least... Okay, I think this board needs more troubleshooting than I'm going to give it now. So, anyways. You would try the original PSU with the original jumper setup. Okay, well, I guess I can give that one try. Alright, I'll give that a shot. Alright. So, I'll plug that back in. I'll change the jumper back to Mac. And by the way, Garth, I don't know if you can tell, but this thing isn't dirty. This thing is like dirty. Looks like it was stored. I don't know, stored in a barn? Stored in a shed? Stored anywhere but a nice, clean home office. Alright. Alright, Garth. Alright, this power-up attempt is for you, Garth. Alright, I put the jumper back the way it was. Hard drive spun up. Power supply fan spinning. No chime. No chime. No video. Alright, I'm calling it. It should have probably powered up by then. Alright, I guess I can... let me open it and... so I can at least... Alright. Okay, so... whoops. Oh, that's right. There's a kickstand that I didn't know was there. Oh, and I just snapped the plastic on it. Oh, well. Oh, assuming the plastic wasn't already snapped, because I actually... Alright, well, looks like I'm gonna need to create some plastic pieces for this computer, because... Spindler! Or was this Steve Jobs by the time this thing was released? Of course, I think he had the theory that computers have a lifetime of, like, the moment you get it home, it's obsolete. Alright. Alright, well, chips are getting warm. Not hot, but warm. Like it might be wanting to do something. Hard drive spun up. Alright, I got an idea here. I've watched too many YouTube videos where people got a computer from thrift and they had to contact clean the memory slots. So I'll give this one last try. Make sure the voltage regulator board is plugged in fully. But otherwise, just pull and simplify. Yeah. Well, I don't want to troubleshoot this too long. I still got another computer to look at because I know Joe's probably been patiently waiting. Oh, by the way, Joe, I hope you're still doing well if you're still out there. I don't know if you're still in wherever you were. Oh, we'll get to the there we go. There's the cache module. Let me All right, so there's that. All right. Well, I mean, actually, if I really wanted to. Oh. Okay, well, let me just put that one in. That's bank 0. The voltage regulator does appear to be plugged in fully, but maybe I'll well, if I can get the clips to release, I'll pull it out and deoxid it. There we go. All right. Come on. Eject. There we go. All right. Okay. Little deoxit never hurt thing. All right. Other than the aesthetic appearance. Oh, I guess maybe let me, I guess if I'm going to deoxid all the memory slots, let me just go ahead and do the video RAM upgrade here. Oh, nice. This is the 4 megabyte video memory upgrade. So I think someone loved this G3 enough to give it the full 6 megabytes of video memory. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I think the video chip, the Rage Pro Turbo, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was the newer revision of the board. Oh, good night, Ian. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take a look at your messages. I usually get to Discord after the stream at some point. So, all right, got her. We'll see you later, Garth. Hey, Salpoy or Salpoy or I'm sure I butcher names all the time. All right. Anyways, we're gonna give this one last. I just deoxided the memory and the voltage regulator of the memory. I didn't do the processor. That seemed silly. I guess maybe I could at least. Well, I guess maybe I could. All right. Well, actually, it'd probably be fine. All right. Will it chime? Oh, wait a minute. I see the problem. I see the problem. Oh, I think I see the problem. Okay, I wish I'd seen the problem before I'd powered up the first time. It's hard to see, but the personality card's not seating in all the way. All right, so I'm removing the screws for the personality card so I can remove it, because I think it got bumped out of place while it was screwed in. I'll try to reseat it, but I think I'll also try to power this Mac up without it, because I think the Mac will work without the personality card. Or I hope it will. Okay, I think the socket on the board looks correct. Alright. Let me try powering it up without the personality card first. Alright. It looks like... I mean, they might be required, but... Alright. Alright, one last try. Let me seat the personality card. There we go. Alright. Personality card is reseated. Yeah, it looks like maybe someone... I'm wondering if someone maybe tried to remove it while it was still screwed in on the backside, and then I just didn't realize it was unseated. Hopefully that didn't damage anything. Although I would think if it damaged, it would probably damage the personality card, but... It is possible this board is just that dirty. It may need cleaned. Anyways, let's see what this does. If this doesn't work, then this G3 will be scheduled for a repair live stream where I'll have to try to dig in further. I wasn't intending for this to be a repair live stream. Alright. One last try. Personality card is reseated. Hey, we had a awful sounding chime, but it was a chime. Actually, it was awful enough that I'm not expecting it's going to boot. Maybe I should plug a keyboard in so I can zap the QRAM. Although I find it interesting, the one thing I haven't noted yet is there is tape for some reason over the printer and serial ports. Of course, that might mean that maybe something is damaged on the system. All right. Okay. Well, Joe, I got the beige G3 that I picked up. It chimed, but it was a broken... the chime sounded like it was broken up. I'm tempting to zap the PRAM. I don't think it's going to work. I think it I think it's crashing I think it's crashing after the chime. Of course, maybe I should try one of these other SD-RAM sticks. I guess I could also put, yeah, I think it crashed. Yeah, I discovered the personality card wasn't seated, and maybe the personality card's more important than I thought it was. All right, let me try one of these other memory sticks. I'll try the OWC one. Oh, no chime. Okay, actually, I don't think it likes that one at all. That one may be bad. Oh, let's try this one here that was in the system with a little post-it note that says good on it. That means it's good, right? No, that didn't chime. Oh, Mike's saying that I got further with mine than he did with his, so I'll take that as a win. Mike's apparently the LED wouldn't even turn on. Mine, I got to do the most pathetic of chimes. Let me see if I can get it to reproduce with the original SD-RAM I was using. Oh, that's different than what I was hearing. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yell louder, sorry. Alright, so I believe this Mac is in need of a repair live stream. So, I got a chime with one of the SD-RAM modules. The chime was very staticky. I suspect there's a cold solder joint or something like that on this board. Because it sounded exactly like a repair video I was watching the other day where the person was trying to repair a PlayStation 1. Actually, it was the Retro Channel, I think. And he got it to the point where it was playing sound, but it sounded very corrupted. And it turned out, I think the sound chip on the PlayStation 1 had a cold solder joint. Yeah. So it looks like this is, yeah, lots of caps and cleanup, Joe says. Yeah, I think this board needs a cleanup and inspection. And I'm wondering if I might have a cold solder joint somewhere, or maybe on the personality card slot, since the personality card was unseated. Anyways, this is going to have to wait for a repair live stream because I'm going to have to tear this thing apart, and I haven't even gotten to the last item that I picked up. So anyways, all right. So lot of 3 computers. This G3 here was the third computer in that lot. Oh, let me remove the battery. There we go. All right. So we had the Packard Bell, asking price 10. We had the generic PC case with a what looks like a Pentium 100 or Pentium 120 in it. Asking price was 10. We have this Power Mac G3 desktop. Asking price of 10. I got all three for 20. So, good deal, bad deal, you can be the judge. Obviously, it'll be a better deal if I get the G3 desktop up and running, but 2 out of 3 won't be bad, but I think I can get the G3. I'm hopeful I can get some resemblance of a G3 desktop up and running. So, Joe's like, part time, yeah. So, yeah, very crusty, very rusty, but last but not least, I know Joe has probably been looking forward to this one because it's 8 bits. 8 bits are all you need. And yes, I picked up an 8-bit system. Let me get it now. And this is probably the computer that put me over budget because but I couldn't pass up this opportunity because you don't see these every day. So what is this? Well, if you saw Steve's video, he kind of hinted at what I bought. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, why? This is the weirdest looking Apple II in the world. And you would be wrong because it's not an Apple II. It's not an Apple II Plus. It's not an Apple IIe. It's not an Apple II GS and an Apple IIe case. This is an Apple II clone. Very interesting lid retention mechanism. So there is like no branding or anything on the bottom. The power supply is a Ken Tech. So someone call Crazy Ken and let him know that someone's pawning off old technology with his name on it. I suspect these stickers are a very shiny after edition because yeah. And very interesting keyboard, and I believe it's got a caps lock key right here because it's a latching key. Now, if you thought this was special, the wonderful artwork, is that board warped or is it just? I don't think this is warped. It could be the camera angle. There's tape on the lid. All right, now there you go. What's behind ROM number 1? So anyways, what is the system? I can't find any information on it online at all. I looked. So this board is branded MCA, made in Japan. It has 6 2-kilobyte ROM chips, although these could be EEPROMs. They are ceramic. I tried looking up the part number, and I'm not sure if that is... This was kind of very interesting that when I looked up the part number, At first I thought that was Fujitsu, but the more I stared at it, I think that actually might be Fanuc, but it could be Fujitsu. Because actually, when I searched this part number here to try to figure out what size ROMs these were, the first part number it came up was a Fanuc part number, which I thought was kind of interesting. Anyways, so these are 6 2K ROMs, so that's going to be a total of 12K. And there's a reason why I'm going into these nitty-gritty details. I'm sure someone will probably figure it out. All right, there are 24 16K by 1 bit memory chips. Fortunately, they all, well, most of them appear to be NEC brand, although this is a Motorola ceramic chip. I do not see any MT RAM. So, 12K of ROM, 48K of RAM. This is an Apple II Plus clone. Oh, Mike's Mac Shack says Fairchild most likely. Okay. Yep, I'm getting a couple people saying Fairchild. And yes, there is a prototyping area on the board. So I do thank Steve for being a good sport when we were both standing there and I made the offer first. Because the people selling this, they were selling a bunch of computers for someone in a nursing home, and they hadn't actually priced this one. So I offered them, after seeing what some of the other computers were going for that they had, I offered them $40. And they countered 50, and I said sold. The logo really looks like, okay, Francois says the logo really looks like the Fujitsu Limited one from the How To Fandom Wiki. I think that actually is Fujitsu now that I stare at it some more. Because Fairchild, I think, is more of a curvy logo. I think that is Fujitsu. And the reason why I think it's Fujitsu over Fairchild is because this is a Japanese computer. And like all the chips seem to be Japanese for the most part, except there do seem to be a few Motorola. But I guess I'm not surprised because Motorola was big back in the day. So it doesn't surprise me they used some Motorola chips. But a lot of these are like NEC and Hitachi. And I bet that's Fujitsu. Because it looks like they might have used Japanese brands where they could. So anyways, yeah, the same seller, they actually arrived late, which is how I managed to go over budget buying this because they were late. But then again, if they were early, they probably would have sold this by then. So I wouldn't have had the chance to pick this neat, unauthorized clone up. So, oh, okay. Now, you're probably saying, wow, there's some expansion cards in here. And unfortunately, the one thing this doesn't have is a disc controller card. Also, another thing that this probably might have is a Rifa cap in that power supply. So I'm probably going to pull that power supply out, at least open the case and check for Rifas. But, so I paid $50. Now, why did I offer 40? Well, I had seen while I was standing there, they had sold an Osborne for $20. Although I don't know what its condition was. It might have not been working. They sold a K-Pro 4, and that would be the numeral 4 for, I think it was $20. Or maybe it was 40 and 40. I don't remember. They had a Coco 1 that their asking price was $40 for. No, actually, I think the Osborne and the K-Pro might have gone for 20, because if I'd known it was going for 20, I probably would have grabbed it. Although then that would have meant I wouldn't have been able to buy this. And they had a Next a slab with monitor that went for 20, although the CRT was tired. But honestly, of all the things they had, this one caught my eye first, so that's why I got it. Yeah, sure, I would have loved to have had a Next slab, but let's face it, I couldn't take my eye off this Apple II Plus clone. And maybe it's good I did, because now you're probably... this is like my delay to lead up to Yeah, they had really good prices. So that's why I offered 40, is because they had sold a bunch of other 8-bit computers that were tested for 40, and this one they said they hadn't tested. So that's why I offered them 40, but then again, they probably saw, because, okay, it had 2 cards in it, so 50 really wasn't a bad price, because the first card is a 128K RAM card, which I now am going to have to try to remember what slot it was in, because I didn't pay a lick of attention where it was before I pulled it out. But I think this is a clone of the Saturn card. I think it has another name. But yeah, 128K RAM card. It's also MCA branded. Yeah, there's some... Jeremy, there's flex on all these main boards. They didn't put enough standoffs in them. Joe will probably correct me what slot it goes in. Yeah, not many next around, but it had a tired CRT, and I don't have a CRT rejuvenator. So I don't know. If I'd looked in this Apple II Plus and didn't see what was in it, if it had like no cards in it, I probably would have gotten the next slab at because I sure thought they said 20, but they might have said 40. So Mike said this should go in slot 1 or 3. I think it was in slot 3. Yeah, there is a lot. Oh, I think there's a standoff missing from this computer. Oh, there is a standoff missing. Yeah, there should be a standoff. Yeah, there's a standoff missing. And I'll put this card in momentarily. Yeah, I'll give it a smoke test after I check for refas. Okay. And then the other card that was in it is a Z80 card. Or for my Canadian friends, a Z80 card. So this is an absolutely generic clone Z80 card. That does not have MCA branding on it. Yeah. Unfortunately, this computer did not have an 80 column card in it, so yeah. But there you go. Let me pull the case off. Oh, okay. Maybe I misheard. Maybe they wanted 400 for the next. I thought they said 40, but then again, there were enough people standing around. Maybe I misheard what they said the next was going for. Oh, okay. Chris says that card is. Oh, that card is a MasterCard. See the yellow and orange dots. Yeah, funny, Chris. Yeah. All right. Good night, Francois. Anyways, so yeah, this was my splurge purchase that I went over budget. I kind of wanted to. So I spent a total of $230 to get everything I got. I'm pretty sure I'm going to realize I forgot something at some point. And show it to you later. So, well, okay, my budget was 200, and then the agreement with Steve was I picked those speakers up for him, and I charged him what I paid for them, and they were $5 at the thrift shop I picked them up at. So basically, $200 budget, $5 from Steve, so I went $25 over budget. But this Apple II was special. Well, this is not an Apple II. This Apple II clone was special enough that I decided I would exceed my budget and pick it up because it had some neat cards in it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So apparently the next was $400. I misheard what they said because there was enough people standing around and talking that I misheard what they said. Okay. Yes, 400. I do remember whatever price they said, which $400 is actually not a bad price. $40 would have been a steal. All right, let me disconnect the keyboard carefully. Oh, that's why it's stuck. They put tape on the case, so I'll have to. Don't worry, this is tape you're hearing, not plastic. All right. Totally generic keyboard. I think there's a couple screws missing on it, so I'll have to go to the hardware store and get some screws to secure the keyboard in so it doesn't flex. So there we go. There's the motherboard in all its entirety. Yeah, $40 for a next slab, now that I think about it, would have been like a insane steal. So there we go. There's another 2K ROM. That's going to be the character ROM. So there we go. There's a little more breadboarding area. So that's that. So let me get this power supply out the rest of the way, because I am not going to power it up until I'm sure there's no refas in it, because I have no sense of adventure at 11 o'clock at night. Although, interestingly enough, peeking in to this power supply, it honestly looks like it is a clone of Apple's power supply, complete with like the same transformer and everything. So it wouldn't surprise me if there is a refi. I'm just going to quickly remove from the board to alleviate that smoky disaster. So, yeah. Anyways, I think $50 was probably a good deal for this clone, given, well, I mean, given the fact that you don't every day see a clone like this. Totally, definitely, I mean, well, not that Apple was authorized. Well, okay, so I think Apple did authorize a few clones of the Apple II series. It may just be one, and I think that was in Britain. In the UK, I believe they did authorize ITT to clone the Apple II. But of course, ITT's clone would have had PAL video instead of NTSC. So I think there was an authorized clone. And the reason why I'm not including Bell and Howell in that is because Apple actually made the Bell and Howells. So I don't really count that as a clone. That's a rebadge. I think the only authorized clone was ITT, or was ITT in the UK. Franklin, on the other hand, got lucky because the courts kept deciding in their favor until they ultimately settled with Apple, and they weren't ever authorized clones. And the thing is, I think ITT's clone making ended when Apple actually released the Euro Plus or whatever it was. All right. Okay, at least I will give the maker of this power supply a credit for using screws instead of rivets. Although I need to find a bigger screwdriver because the screw is hamming out. There we go. Crisis averted. I found the next bit up. There we go. All right, I got one of the end caps off. All right, well, unfortunately, it was the wrong side of the power supply to see if there's any refas in it. Let me get the other side off. Alright, at least the cool thing about this clone is it is marked like 120, 240 volts, so unlike I think the actual Apple power supplies that were pretty much like single voltage only, this one looks like it is a full range power supply. There's a little switch on the top. I mean, okay, so disassembling it is a bit fiddly to check for the refas, but at least it does. I mean, at least from what I can see through the grill, it seems to be a decently constructed power supply, so. I mean, quite honestly, it looks like they might have copied Apple, so, or. There we go. Ew, look at that shmoo on the board. That looks gross. Alright, the good thing is I don't see any refas. Bad thing is I don't know exactly how much they copied Apple, but yeah, there's definitely some shmoo on the PCB there. Let me see if I can wiggle my multimeter out to see if it's conductive. Okay, nope, it is not conducting, so. Okay, so whatever that glue is, it is not conductive. Not to say that it won't become conductive, so I will clean it off at some point. I just don't need to do it now. The capacitors do appear to be in good shape. I don't see any bulging or leaking capacitors. Let's see, these big caps here are Nikon brand, Nicon, not the camera company. These other caps down here are equally, well, okay, so they're not name brand. They're generic. Okay, I don't see any reason why I can't try to power this up. Okay. Alright, I'm not going to screw this back together, but I am going to put the metal housing there. Alright, I have this on a smart outlet, so the outlet is off right now. So I'm going to plug this in, and I'm confirming it is not live right now, even though the switch is on it. Okay, let me find the composite video cable, which is... Oh. Probably migrated to the back of the desk because the last thing I had in my scaler was a Commodore. Oh yeah, yes, hopefully I will be able to get a hold of a copy of the game Archon, as a side note on the Commodore 64, to so that I can get over my disappointment at VCF East confusing Sargon with Archon. Yeah, Equisocial Skills got a good laugh out of my story. Okay. Here we go. Fingers crossed. 3, 2, 1. Well, I didn't hear a beep. Don't see a picture. First, did I turn on the right input? No. Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to have to check some voltages. Wait, did I turn the right outlet on? Okay, let me get my multimeter ready so I can check voltages. Let me pull a pin out of the 6502 up. And I'm picking the 6502 because it's fairly easy to reach from my vantage point. All right, power is plugged in. All right, so let me turn the power back on. All right, so this pin here is VSS, and VCC is pin 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, wait a minute. We've got 5 millivolts. Yeah, there's no voltage. Oh, actually, let me check something here carefully. All right, I'm trying to find a. Okay, so turn voltage off. Okay, voltage is back on. I have it on AC now. So between ground and what I think is neutral, I have 124 volts. Oh. Well, that might be the problem. Oh, that might actually be the hot. Oh, I hate power supplies that switch the neutral. I think this power supply's got the switch on the neutral. Shame, shame. Okay, I've got the AC power off. Okay, I'm just making sure the switch is on because I got the distinct impression that. Okay, so with the switch off, there is no. It's open. So turn the switch on. Is this switch bad? Oh, I think the power switch on the power supply is bad. Well, that would probably explain why I had no voltage. I had no voltage because the switch is bad on the power supply. Well, unfortunately, it uses a different connector than Apple used. I don't have any spare switches. So this wasn't going to be okay. So grab a grab a paper clip. All right, let me try one other thing. I don't like powering these power supplies up without a load, but okay. That was just the case snapping down. Okay, so I got the switch on. I've got the power supply lead out. I've got the pinout by means of the marking on the board. So I am going to see if there is any voltage. Coming out of this power supply. I'm going to check 12 volts. So, nope. That, okay, nothing on 12 volts. Oh, wait, no. That's not 12 volts. That should be +5, and there's nothing. See, that should be, there's nothing there. Yeah, I think the switch is busted. I don't think this power supply is on at all. We'll carefully try flipping it to the other position in case the switch is on backwards and see. And oh, wait. Switch is okay. That was the problem the whole time. The power switch is backwards. Because I've started measuring. Okay, let me check the other voltages. Although this thing regulates really, really badly without a load. Let me make sure that at least the +5 is not like 27,000 volts. Okay. Okay, it's like 6 volts, but that's not regulated. Okay. Okay, I think we're gonna try it again. The power switch is backwards. Off is on and on is off. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Beep! Image! Computer! Hello, computer. Look, my computer works. Jeremy says this power supply seems like a candidate for a complete gut and replacement. For once, Jeremy, I am not going to come up with some fanciful story as to why I must repair the original power supply. But I may not do what you're thinking of doing, but it'll probably be close. Actually, I probably will replace this power supply. It kind of scares me. Okay, let's try again with the keyboard attached, so I can actually type things in to the computer. Hello, computer. Syntax error. How rude. I can't do the Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen on Full House very well. How rude. Computer is a significant improvement. All right, okay, we gotta try we gotta try something here. All right, let me see if I can find where it is on the shelf, because I don't want to go upstairs and pull one out of my Apple IIe. Somewhere I have a spare disc controller card. Oh, please, I try to find a spot where By the way, I was actually wondering what they were going to have replaced Apple II Plus with, so I guess now we know. Generic computer. Alright, I thought I had a spare this controller card down here. Thing is, I found the box for it the other day. Okay. Oh, maybe I'm gonna have to just wipe one out of my. Alright. Please continue to hold while I try to find this controller card that I see on the shelf. But of course it's gone into hiding because I'm stickers. Well, it would appear as if I've missed. Oh, wait. Maybe the reason I can't find it because I put it back in its box. Oh, that'd be funny. No, of course not. Oh, well, okay. Alright, let me look one more time. Great, it would appear as if I've misplaced my spare disc controller card. Great. Yeah, I wanted to try Oregon Trail, Chris, but I can't find my spare disc controller card. Because that was the one thing this didn't have was a disc controller card. I'm looking to see if it's like maybe on my workbench under something. Which I will apologize to the disc controller card if I find it on my workbench under something. Something tells me I've either stuck it in. Surely I didn't stick it in my pile of PC cards. Oh. Yeah. Let me check that. Maybe I stuck it in a bag. Yes, it's possible that. So the bad news is I can't find my spare disc controller card, which possibly means that it's either hiding in plain sight and I'll find it 2 minutes after I end the live stream. 2 minutes or less after I end the live stream. Or I accidentally got it mixed up with the other Apple II cards that I had and I accidentally sold it, not realizing that I had put a card in the pile that I didn't mean to. Oh, Chris, I think this computer is 100% Apple II Plus compatible because I believe it's an unauthorized clone. I think it will run everything an actual Apple II Plus will, as long as the Apple II Plus software doesn't actually check the area of the ROM that has the computer name like some Apple software did. But Jeremy, to your point, what am I going to do to this power supply? Interestingly enough, a couple weeks ago, I ordered one of these without thinking about it, and it looks like it might come in handy. This is the Deku Nukem power supply replacement for the Apple II series. And while if I do replace this power supply with these guts, I'll have to use its cable and not the replacement cable in this kit. This is probably what I'll replace it with. And I'll just get a Pico, one of the Pico PSUs that go along with it. It'll fit in this case totally fine. Powered, and I'll have a 12-volt powered Apple II clone. And it'll just completely get rid of that weird power supply jankiness. But yeah, yes, the Apple II and the Apple II Plus had 6 ROMs, just like this. As they were 6 2K ROMs. Although there's some revisions, they may have used 3 4K ROMs. But yeah, it had 12K of ROM, just like this. The character ROM was another 2K. In fact, the board layouts are like very similar. Hey, Jack68K! You joined just in time for me to be describing this Apple II clone, or it's actually an Apple IIe clone, and lamenting that I can't find my spare disc controller card that I sure thought I kept separate from that other box of Apple II cards that I didn't accidentally sell it, and, well, I certainly can't find it, so I might have done exactly what I tried not to do. Because, lo and behold, I don't know, it's not where I thought it was. So Jeremy's telling me to get that ATX XT Bear motherboard made, it's going to cost around $67. ATX XT? I thought you were talking about an ATX 486. Yeah, I got it's a 2 Plus clone, Jack. A 2 Plus clone. Completely unauthorized, made in Japan, 2 Plus clone. And, Jack, because you joined late, I'll power it up again for you. What does it say on the startup screen? Well, computer. Yes, Jack, if you saw Steve's swap meet video... Oh, Jeremy, I knew you weren't asking me to get that done. Yeah. So, Jack, if you saw Steve's video and he was describing that one of his friends bought one of the clones, here it is. Actually, and here you go. You'll recognize that from his video. So there you go. I'm the person that bought the other clone. So, yeah, it's a 2 Plus clone. Yeah, this is a 2 Plus clone. So I need to get a language card for it. So actually, what am I going to do to this computer? I am going to get a language card for it, because obviously, if I'm going to have a 2 Plus clone, I need a language card. I am going to buy a clone language card. I would like to find a clone disc controller card from back in the day, but I don't know that there were many clones of the disc controller cards. They don't show up that often. So I may have to settle for just putting an actual Apple disc controller card in it. But yeah, I want to get a clone language card for it to go along with the clone 128K RAM card. That actually I think might have been original to the system, or at least it's branded. It's got the same brand name on it. So this is an MCA Apple II Plus clone made in Japan. So that's the 128K RAM card that's a clone. I haven't put it back in because I need to fix. There's a missing standoff. And then this one also had a Z80 card, which is also a clone. Chris was joking that it's the MasterCard clone because of the, well, I don't need to explain it. So, yes, it has the numeric keypad. Yes, it does. And so I don't know how good of a deal Steve got on his because I think I had already started carrying this off to Chris's car while Steve was still hemming and hawing over the other one. Because actually we were both looking at both of them and I had my eye on this one and I guess I was the first person that made an offer on it. So I offered 40 and they countered 50 and I said deal. So I went over budget, but it was too interesting of a machine to pass up. And yeah, it powers up. Actually, the video seems to be way more stable than an actual Apple II Plus's video, which is interesting. And I was hoping to boot it to see if it had color video. I mean, I would think it does, but unfortunately, I gotta find I gotta find my spare disc controller card. I've misplaced it. All right, let me take one last look for it. All right. I've probably let me take one last look for my disc controller card. I'd really like to see this thing boot something. So give me a moment. I guess I'll gotta be right back. Let me go see if I can find my disc controller card. Well, I think I've come to the conclusion that I accidentally probably got my spare controller card mixed up with the pile of cards that I took to VCF East to consign away. So, looks like I don't have a spare disc controller card. Great. Although it may turn up. Because the weird thing is, I have the box for it, but I can't find the card, which may also mean it's just under something, and I haven't managed to dig down far enough for it yet. So, well, so I'm not gonna be able to. I wanted to try to boot a disc tonight, but I am not going to pull the card out of my Apple IIe because it's the one that has the DB25 screwed onto the back of the case. So it's not just the one that I can just pull the card out, unplug ribbon cables. So, well, all right. I guess the booting the MCA computer will just have to wait until I can either find the disc controller card I've misplaced, which while I'm talking, I am eyeballing across the basement to see if I just happen to see it, because I sure thought I held on to it. Jack68K is telling me, are you saying that you don't have as many disc controllers as you have 80 column cards? That would be correct. Actually, I actually took all those 80 column cards to VCF East. And I ended up selling... I sold most of them, actually. Some of them I sold for $10 each, and then I reduced the price and sold most of the rest for $5 each. I ended up with like 5 of them left over, and I think I gave 3 to Steve, just so he could have some spares for his projects. And I dropped one in Retrotech Chris's car, which he did return to me. And then I think I may have one more spare floating around somewhere, but yeah. So anyways, yeah, and I thought I kept the spare disc controller card, but I don't know what I did with it. I probably should have kept more than one, but yeah. So I did something silly with my spare disc controller card. That's annoying. All right, well, I guess I'll just have to go to eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret, and buy another disc controller card or two. Or maybe I'll just stumble upon another Apple II card lot. Or 2 minutes after I end the live stream, I'll find the spare disc controller card that I can't find. So, yeah, it'll turn up. I'm pretty sure I kept it. It's probably, though, the problem is I probably stuck it in an anti-static bag, and it's probably under something. In fact, it's probably in a pile of anti-static. It's probably in a pile of cards and anti-static bags, which is probably why I can't just find it, is because it's camouflaged. So, yeah, it'll turn up. I'm pretty sure I kept it because it went along with the box. And I kept the box because it was a controller card that I bought a sealed box and opened the box, and there were some people who were like, oh, you got to keep the box. And I was pretty sure I kept the controller card too. Somewhere. It's hiding. It's probably hiding in plain sight. Well, I mean, it's getting late, so I know for every live stream that I've streamed way longer than I intended to, I guess maybe tonight's live stream will be one that I end on time. For once. So anyways, so you saw all my great finds from this weekend. Not only I got some books from the Free Pile, I got some goodies from Free Pile. Got like 6 computers. The Apple II Plus clone works. The SGI Octane, we'll have to wait till I get the video cable. It should work though. Ian, I trust Ian. He tested it. So I just don't have a 13W3 cable to plug the video in. Yes, Jack. I have an SGI Octane. Oh, it's sitting right off. Actually. Oh, actually, I think you can like just see the very. Oh wait, no, that's actually my toolbox. It's like just sitting off camera. That was like, yeah, that was my find that Steve and Mike probably both didn't realize I'd bought. So at least I had one surprise. The Packard Bell, I'm not going to try it until I have a disc to read the tattoo off the drive, if it's present, because of Packard Bell things. So I didn't test that. The generic PC case with the motherboard, that actually worked, although the primary IDE controller is apparently bad on that motherboard. Oh well. The my Power Mac G3 desktop. So I got a beige G3 desktop. It chimed, but the chime sounded horrible, and that's about all you get. But hey, that's a sign of life. I really need to clean it, and hopefully that'll help it. Maybe actually some of those Macs you need the grounding to be intact to really work. So maybe that'll fix it. Yes. And so, and then I kind of hinted. So Thursday, Jeremy dropped a box off with UPS yesterday, I believe it was. Yep, yesterday was Monday. Yeah. Jeremy thought it would be next week before I'd get it, but UPS is telling me Thursday. In fact, I will actually go ahead and track it just to double check. So here's the deal. If I get Jeremy's box on Thursday, it has more goodies for the channel in it. So some of them Jeremy is giving me, and some of them I've bought from Jeremy, and some of them I repaid Jeremy. But so it's a mix. But I'm gonna open them live. So we're gonna see everything that's in it. If UPS, and I'm tracking it now. So yeah, Jeremy was thinking of me at VCF Southwest, so he grabbed a couple things for me there. A couple of those items I already have, but I'm holding them for Thursday. One of which is in the box. He had a motherboard that I needed that he was consigning for someone, so I got that. And he's thrown some other things in, and he's telling me I need to have chicken nuggets on hand. So this could be interesting, folks. But yes, UPS is still telling me that I'm going to have it Thursday. So if I get the box Thursday, yeah, I got lots of goodies and one yummy. So we're going to open Jeremy's box live on stream, and we'll take a look at what's inside of it, as well as the 3 cards that he had passed along to Chris to give to me that are also in my possession. We'll look at those at the same time. I will be prepared to test them, so but yeah, hopefully that'll be Thursday. Now, if the box is delayed, which, if you're wondering, Jeremy, it's made it to Knoxville. Actually, it's departed Knoxville, so it probably will come Thursday, but yeah. So if it doesn't come Thursday, then it'll be next Tuesday. Hopefully by then it'll definitely be there. Mike just bought a Sun video card. He needs help. I know nothing about Sun's mic, so that's probably going to be the next workstation on my list. Anyways, yeah, we'll take a look at what Jeremy sent me, and then you'll probably finally realize why I have a 286 motherboard that I'd like to get working. Oh, Mike's got the Sun computer to put it in. You missed his live stream yesterday. Or it might have been Sunday. Or actually, I guess it was yesterday. So, yes, I will try the yummy on stream, Jeremy. So, as long as the yummy is not a candied grasshopper, I am not Adrian. I will not try candied insects. Actually, I'm not sure he did either. At least not on screen. Yeah. Actually, for reference, I don't eat a lot of sweets, so if you ever send me something, don't feel obligated to put candy in the box, because I don't eat a lot of sweets. I try to minimize my sugar intake, so I don't need. I mean, by all means, if there's a candy factory close to you and you put a small confection from there in the box, I will certainly try it, but I don't like eat a lot of sweets. I try to stay away from them. So anyways, but yes, I will try that thing on screen, Jeremy. Oh, good. Jeremy's reassuring me the yummy is far from being insect related. All right, excellent. Oh, and it's not a sweet. All right, yeah, I'll probably enjoy it. I think I know what it is because you might have mentioned it at one point. But anyways, yes, we'll take a look at what Jeremy sent me and also what he passed along to Chris to pass along to me. So, well, that will be cool. That will hopefully be Thursday. It does require UPS to actually deliver the box. And then next week, I will probably return to the 486 for one of the live streams next week. Because, well, I don't want to give too much away. But all I'll say is that I took some motherboards to Chris's house. I have more data, and there could maybe be something in Jeremy's box that could maybe go in the case that I've been trying to put a 486 together. But anyways, we'll see. We'll see what's in Jeremy. I mean, I have a good idea of some of the things in the box, so it's probably might be about time to at least go back and look at the 486 again. I will, at least for the record, I think some of the problems I was having is not things I was doing wrong, but I think I figured out that for future motherboard tests, I need to add a few programs into the test mix. For example, I think if I got a motherboard that I think is borderline, I think I need to try to run Windows 3.1 because I think there are some failure modes on motherboards that trying to start Windows 3.1 or trying to install Windows 3.1 or probably really run it, if the board's having certain problems, then Windows will make it very obvious. So, anyways, so I have some data points on those 486 boards. The data points it didn't exactly line up the way I wanted it to, but when have these 486 boards done what I've wanted them to do? They haven't yet. So, anyway, yeah, Chris is laughing. Yeah, he knows. Yeah, we spent several hours Friday night looking at one of the boards, and then Chris has no idea what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's just say that I have some quite uncooperative motherboards in my possession. And I don't know how PC chips wasn't investigated by the Federal Trade Commission for deceptive practices. Of course, maybe they were, and I just forgot that. But also, for the record, certain component failures can be very hard to notice. And also, certain component failures can be slow enough that until the component like really starts to fail, it can probably cause subtle problems that I'll go ahead and let you know. At least probably one of the problems I was having with one of those boards, I think, was a subtle failure that actually Chris is like, those boards are possessed. Yeah, maybe that's it, Chris. It's because I bought most of them on eBay, the place where I usually buy the things I later regret. The only, Chris, actually, I think the only board, 486 Visa Local Bus board that I have that is even like working correctly is the one I got from VCF East. The other three boards I got from eBay, I am regretting that now. Because I think those are the three boards that are possessed. But yeah, I think I'm going to have a live stream to go through that and probably to go through how I would have determined it, and in one case, see if I can fix it. So that I might do next week because I really, 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 really would like to get a computer put back together. But I'm also thinking that, maybe I'd like to take a look at one of these computers I got from the swap meet. Maybe the G3 might be an interesting challenge. Who knows? What do you think? Maybe a PC and a Mac stream next week. So let me know what you think in the comments. I mean, I could also be swayed to. Well, okay, I don't have everything. Okay, I'm not ready to do an SGI stream yet because I know you all would probably be like, "Hey, maybe you can set the Octane up." As much as I would like to do that, the thing is, there's no hard drives in it, and I don't have the correct adapters to plug a blue SCSI into it. So the most I can do is like power it up and see it power up and get the splash screen, assuming it has one. So I don't have enough to do a full live stream, but I'll tell you what, if I've got the video cable, if I get the video cable, I'll we'll do a quick test of it on an upcoming live stream while I get the rest of the parts I need to try to actually set IRIX up. So, but anyways, yeah. So I won't hold you. I won't hold you like too long on that one. But I do have to get the video cable I ordered because I have no way of plugging it into a captured. Actually, I have no way. I can't even plug it into a monitor. I have no monitors with 13W3 inputs. So, because yeah, I'd like to see that one power up and give a splash screen, even if I don't have SCSI devices to plug in. So, yeah, that one when I get the video cable, we'll take a couple minutes on a live stream and we'll see it power up because that'll be cool. And at least we'll know that yep, it works. So maybe it might be Thursday. Maybe it'll be one of the streams next week, but we'll give it a quick power up on one of those streams, and while I get the rest of the adapters. So then at some point after I've got all the adapters, I'll probably do an SGI Octane live stream, and we'll get that set up because I've never set IRIX up before. I've heard it's quirky, and I think that could be pretty cool. And that way, at least I got the internet to help commiserate. Jeremy just sent me an eBay link, and yeah, Jeremy, I saw that, and that's $140 for a faceplate. I'm gonna wait to see if they'll give me an offer. That's yeah, I saw that, Jeremy, but that's actually more than I paid for the Octane. Yeah. I in fact, that's almost twice what I paid for the Octane just to get the faceplate. So yeah, I've got that on my watch list, Jeremy. So as much as I want it, I bought a bunch of computers instead. So that'll have to wait. If it sells, oh well. It's going to have to wait before I get it. But I got it on my watch list. Believe me, I like the faceplate to be on the computer because it. Although without the faceplate, it is easier to pick up and carry because I can stick my hand in where the hard drives would go, and that gives me a handle. But yeah, I would like a faceplate on it. Um, what I really could probably use more than that is the hard drive caddies, and those are like really hard to find. So that probably I need more than the faceplate is the hard drive caddy, because otherwise I'm just going to have to jam in an SCA to 50-pin adapter into the backplane where the SCSI drives go, and hope I don't short anything out. I would much rather have the drive caddy to better keep from shorting anything out. Those hard drive caddies are hard to find. Which is why when I first power it up, I'm probably just going to be using an external blue SCSI on the external SCSI port because I can plug things into that without worrying about shorting things out to the SCSI backplane on the inside of the computer. So, yay. Anyways, yeah. So SGI will get its turn when I got the things. But I think given how close the G3 appears to be, I'd kind of like to see if I can't get that going. And then maybe the other one will be the 486. It may be because I don't think I'll need the entire. Well, okay, famous last words. I don't think I'll need the entire live stream for the 486. Maybe I'll take a look at the Packard Bell too, because Chris has sent me the restore CD link. We'll get the tattoo off the drive if it has it. It does appear as if it's a replacement drive though, so I may not be able to. It may not have it on the drive, but I'd kind of like to see the Packard Bell power up. because then at least that will be, yeah, if I can get the cable in time, then that would let me power up the Packard Bell and the SGI. So that at least then we can see that, yep, everything I got powers up. So yeah, maybe that'll be good. Maybe one stream I'll kind of go back to the 486s and then take a look at the Packard Bell. And then the other one, probably the G3, which, yeah, I'd kind of like to see that power up. So I think Jeremy found me a 3D print to the Drive Caddy. That, oh, okay, maybe that is right. All right, so it looks like I can probably 3D print a caddy. I was kind of hoping to at least find a picture of the real caddy for reference, because I don't need to necessarily buy one. But boy, would I sure like to see a photo of what the real caddy looks like. Okay, it looks like I might need to, All right, I'm looking at the 3D prints Jeremy sent me, and it's designed to plug a real hard drive in. So, might need to see if I can find something to make me feel a little better about plugging a blue SCSI plugged into an adapter board into it. So, more fun to be had. Oh, good. Chris is telling me if there's no tattoo on the Packard Bell, we can apply it manually. Excellent. Hey, Thomas. Actually, tonight's live stream was a show off what I got, not a repair live stream. So there are definitely things I get to repair in the future. But of the computers I tried to power up, my Apple II clone powered up. But I can't find my disk controller because I was going to try to boot Oregon Trail or something like that. So the Apple II Plus clone powered up. The generic PC powered up. It had an IDE controller bad, and the hard drive. There's something wrong with the hard drive that's in it, but it powered up, so that's good. The Power Mac G3 that I got, it's the beige G3 desktop. It chimed. The chime was staticky, and then that was it. So it has initial signs of life, but it's going to need work. The Packard Bell I got, I haven't tried to power up due to there being data on track 0 of the drive potentially that I don't want to find out that the drive is only going to power up once. I want to make sure I can be ready to copy that data off if it's there. So I haven't tried powering that one up yet. And then my SGI Octane, I've got to wait on a video cable. So that's kind of the summary. I haven't powered it up yet either. So, and yeah, it looks like I may very well be able to look at the Packard Bell because. And Jeremy's asking me if that keyboard doesn't work, let you know. Which, the Apple II Plus clones keyboard? Because it's working. I mean, Steve might potentially need to reach out to you about the keyboard on his clone, but I think the keyboard on my clone is actually working. Although I think the keyboard on Steve's clone, it may just be a stuck key that a little unsticky will fix it. But yeah, so far, the few keys I've tried to press, it actually works. So, I mean, I'll let you know if it doesn't work, but I'm hoping it just continues to work because I would hate for I don't know how common these computers are to justify making a replacement keyboard for them. Quite honestly. So, but yeah, right now it's working, and if I find something not working, I'll probably have to just repair this keyboard. So, anyways, yes, I good finds at the swap meet. Nice museum there at System Source. So yeah. So far, good successes. Okay, I knew the G3 beige G3 desktop was going to be a challenge. So I guess I'm not too disappointed it didn't just like fire right up and give me a flashing disk screen. But overall, I am totally ecstatic that the Apple II Plus clone powered up and I got the basic prompt and typed hello computer and it told me syntax error. So that that actually is really promising that there may and the video image was stable too. Unlike seemingly at real Apple II Pluses, the video is not that stable. This video appeared to be really nice and stable. So I don't know. Maybe it's the Apple IIs that the video is really unstable. Maybe that they had solved it by the 2 Plus. Anyways, great finds, and with that, I guess it's time to end the stream. I know, where does the time go? Time flies when you're having fun. So, yeah, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you know when I go live on any of these computers, because a few of them will need work. So, yeah, Jeremy's telling me I scored with the Apple II clone. So, let me know in the chat or the comments which computer do you think is my best score? So, is it the Apple II clone? Certainly, I think $50 was a really good price on it, considering it had the 128K card and a Z80 card. I think $50 was a great bargain. SGI Octane was $75. Those go for, those can go for $300 to $500 minimum on eBay, so I think that was a really good deal. The base G3 desktop, I basically paid $5 because the generic PC was the first one in the lot I picked up for $10, and I offered for that one in the Packard Bell because the seller saw I was staring at the Packard Bell. I said, well, would you do the 2 for $15? And then I saw the G3. I was like, well, would you do all 3 for $20? So the base G3 desktop was $5. Okay, the jury can still be out on that one because it needs some work. The generic PC for $5. I bought it to put another computer motherboard in the case. Yeah, it looks like the number display is missing, but sometimes they just didn't put that in the case. So, but I think there's an open source one that may actually fit the footprint of that case. So all may not be lost there. I may still get my number display on that case. I just don't remember the YouTube channel I saw it on right offhand. So I'll have to go back at my recent subscribes and see which one that was. Was it the Packard Bell for $10? All right, jury might still be out on that one too because I'll power it up later. The compact laptop from the free pile, well, okay, that one's probably not it. Or the Gateway Profile 2 all-in-one with the cow spot speakers. I don't know, it's pretty cool. So, let me know what you think the best find was. But overall, and Jeremy's telling me there's an original Octane on eBay for $25,000. I think the way I'm going to end the stream is saying, that's too much. Good luck to them, but I don't think they're going to get $25,000 for it. Not unless it is signed by the founder of SGI in Sharpie with a certificate of authenticity, and even then that might be a bit optimistic. But what am I to say? I'm not an auction house. And with yeah, and with that, I wish you all a great rest of your evening. Hope to see you next time because I have plenty of cool computers to work on in the upcoming days. And there may just be a few more surprises in store for this week. So subscribe, turn on notifications, because I think there's a few cool goodies in Jeremy's box. And I'll have some great live streams coming up. At least I'll know I've got content. So take care. Have a great rest of your day. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.